The foot in the door escalation. A friend asks you to help them move boxes for 2 hours on a Saturday. You say yes. 2 hours stretches to 4. Then they ask if you can stay through dinner. Then just one more thing. Could you sleep over and help again tomorrow? You've gone from a small favour to a weekend sacrifice without ever consciously signing up for it. That's the foot in the door, and it works not because people are tricking you, but because your brain despises contradiction. The moment you agree to the first small thing, something shifts inside your mind. You're not someone who just does small favours anymore. You become someone who helps. Your mind can't tolerate when actions and beliefs don't match, so it starts justifying bigger asks as natural extensions of who you've already shown yourself to be. Each new request feels like a tiny inch forward, not a leap. The asker understands this rhythm. They've learned that the biggest commitments are built on a foundation of small ones. Salespeople and manipulators weaponize this relentlessly. A free sample, a trial subscription, a just one meeting. Once you've said yes to the frame, once you've stepped into that space, the mental machinery begins turning. Saying no to the bigger ask now feels like contradiction, like betraying the version of yourself that already took the first step. The real defense is unglamorous. Stay alert to small asks when they come attached to a context you know will demand more later. Notice when someone is using your own consistency against you. And here's the thing, saying no to the second ask is not rude. It's clarity for both of you. The door in the face retreat. Someone asks you for something huge, something that makes your stomach tighten. No. You're firm. Then they ask for something smaller, almost reasonable by comparison, and you say yes. That pivot from refusal to compliance is what researchers call the door in the face retreat, and it works because of how your brain measures loss and fairness. Here's the real world shape of it. A landlord demands double your rent. You push back hard. 3 days later, they ask for a 20% increase instead. Suddenly that feels manageable, almost like a win. Or a recruiter pitches you a contract that requires weekend work, unpaid. You refuse. The next offer cuts it to 1 weekend a month. You take it relieved. Your brain just made a comparison. And the second ask felt kinder because the first one was so brutal. What's happening underneath is the anchor effect at work. The initial demand becomes your reference point. Everything after it gets measured against that brutal first number. The second request doesn't stand on its own anymore. It's judged as better than the first, which makes you feel like you're negotiating, like you're winning something back. You're not. You're just falling into a frame that was set for you. The retreat hits hardest when there's genuine refusal in between. When you felt that no in your chest and someone honours it, then comes back with less. It feels like compromise. It feels human. That warmth after the hard ask disarms you. By the time they present the smaller request, you're already looking for middle ground. Watch what you're actually agreeing to. Anchoring the first number, you walk into a car dealership. The salesman doesn't start by asking what you want to pay. He parks a gleaming sedan in front of you. Price tag, $45. Then he shows you the next model, $38,000. Suddenly that second car feels like a steal. Even though 3 hours ago you would have thought 35 was the absolute ceiling. The first number didn't give you information. It rewired what your brain thinks is reasonable. This is anchoring, and it runs deeper than a sales trick. Every number you see first becomes the gravitational center of your thinking. A doctor mentions 2% mortality before discussing your surgery. That 2% now feels reassuring, even though the same number would terrify you if she'd said 98% survival. The math is identical. Your reaction is not. The frame landed first, and now everything else orbits it. Research shows anchors stick even when you know they're arbitrary. Show someone a random digit pulled from a wheel, then ask them to estimate something completely unrelated, and the random number still warps their guess. Your rational mind knows better. Your intuition doesn't care. The anchor has already done its work before conscious thought arrives. Where this gets dark is how invisible it is. A salary offer, a historical price, a competitor's rate, a friend's story about what they paid. Each anchor silently resets what feels normal, what feels expensive, what feels like you're winning or losing. The number arrives before the negotiation begins. By then, it's already home in your mind, and you're defending a boundary that wasn't even yours to begin with. The decoy option trap. You walk into a coffee shop and see two sizes on the menu, small for $3, large for $5. Simple choice. But then the shop adds a medium for $4.50. Suddenly, the large feels like the obvious deal. You didn't want a large before the medium existed. Now you can't imagine paying $4.50 when $5 gets you so much more. The medium was never the goal. It was the bait. This is the decoy effect, and it's everywhere. Restaurants stack it into pricing. Subscription services load it into their tiers. Dating apps hide it in filter options. Someone designs a third choice, not because they think you'll pick it, but because they know it will make one of the other two feel inevitable. Your brain doesn't compare options in a vacuum. It compares relative to what's nearby. A slightly worse alternative makes a slightly better one shine. The trap isn't that you're being lied to. You're not. The trap is that you believe you're choosing freely when the deck was already marked. The decoy sits there, mute and purposeful, doing exactly one job, making you want what the company wanted you to want all along. You'll walk out with the large coffee and feel smart about the deal. You are smart. You're also predictable in exactly the way they counted on. Next time you're choosing between things, pause and ask what would happen if one option vanished. Would the other still look good? If the answer is no, you've found the decoy, and you've found where your mind was led. Loss aversion outweighs gain. You find $20 on the sidewalk and feel a small rush, maybe an hour of warmth, that light floating sensation. Then you lose a 20 you already had in your wallet. That sting follows you all day, whispers itself to you at random moments, sits heavier in your chest than the sidewalk find ever did. The pain cuts 2 or 3 times deeper than the joy. Your brain was not designed to celebrate wins the way it mourns losses. Loss hurts harder and lasts longer. Here is where the machinery gets dark. You will make extraordinary choices to avoid a loss that you would never make to chase an equal gain. You hold a stock and watch it climb. But the moment the dip arrives, fear floods in and you sell too early. Even though waiting would have handed you thousands, you stay in a job you've started to hate because leaving feels like losing the salary you recognize, the routine you know, even though the next role pays better. You remain in a relationship years past its natural ending because being alone terrifies you more than the quiet sadness of staying. The more you own money, status, reputation, the version of yourself you've built, the more fiercely you defend it, even when defending it costs you everything you actually want. Your possessions, your identity, your old stories, they all become invisible chains. The next time you feel that stubborn resistance to a choice that might improve your life, ask yourself one thing. Am I running toward something real or just running from the fear of loss? That moment of honesty can shift the entire calculation. The scarcity illusion of urgency. You scroll past a sale notification. Only 3 left in stock. Your heart quickens. Suddenly you want the thing you didn't want 5 minutes ago. The scarcity itself became the hook, not the product. It works even when you know it's happening, which is the real puzzle. Scarcity exploits a genuine survival instinct. When resources are actually limited, speed matters. If there's one water bottle at the edge of a drought, hesitation costs you. Your brain evolved to notice shortage and move fast. But that same circuit fires whether the shortage is real or manufactured. A countdown timer on a hotel booking. Your nervous system doesn't distinguish between actual scarcity and artificial urgency. Both feel like threat. Both trigger the same ancient alarm. The trick doesn't require lying about inventory. It's far subtler than that. A product can have unlimited stock, but the limited time offer creates the cognitive squeeze. You feel pressed. You skip your usual consideration. You choose based on fear of missing out rather than actual need. That's the engine running beneath every flash sale, every last seats available message, every exclusive membership tier. Here's what cuts deepest. You can feel the urgency without questioning whether it's real. That sensation of time pressure is so visceral that the rational part of you, the part that could ask, do I actually need this? Doi goes quiet. Next time you notice that quickening in your chest, pause. Ask if the shortage is real or if someone else installed the urgency. The answer usually tells you everything about who benefits from your rush. Manufactured deadlines control choices. You have until Friday. Suddenly the task you've been ignoring for weeks becomes real, not because anything changed. Only the clock did. This is how manufactured deadlines hijack your brain and why you're far more obedient to them than you realize. Think about the last time you had a soft deadline versus a hard one. The project due whenever stayed in your peripheral vision for months. The project due end of day Thursday got done Tuesday night. Same task, different urgency. Your mind doesn't care about actual deadlines. It cares about the feeling of time pressure. An artificial one works just as well as a real one. Here's where it gets darker. Once you know this, you can use it on yourself. But so can everyone else. Companies build artificial scarcity into sales. Apps send limited time offers that come back next week. Dating apps show you that someone is most compatible or leaving soon. None of these deadlines are real. They're designed to collapse your deliberation and force your hand. The trap is that your brain can't tell the difference between real urgency and manufactured urgency. Both trigger the same cascade. Narrowed focus, reduced skepticism, faster choices. You feel like you're deciding freely when really you're just reacting to pressure that someone else painted on the wall. Next time you feel that tightness in your chest before a deadline, pause. Ask yourself, who set this deadline and what happens if I miss it? Often the answer is softer than the panic suggests. That gap between real consequences and imagined ones is where your actual choice lives. The Zeigarnik open loop hook. You watch a video and stop it 1 minute before the ending. Your brain will not let it go. You refresh your email every 10 seconds. You scroll past a headline that says, "You won't believe what happened next," and suddenly your thumb keeps moving, hunting for the rest. This is what Bloomer Zeigarnik discovered in the 1920s. Your mind is wired to complete unfinished tasks. An open loop is like a story without a final page. Your brain treats it as an emergency. The trap is that this loop doesn't close easily. You can feel it humming underneath everything else you try to do. You might tell yourself you'll check the text later, but a small part of you stays locked on it. Advertisers learned this long ago, and when she opened the door, she found, then cut to a product. Your attention is now a prisoner. The loop won't rest until you know what she found. Here's where it gets darker. You can use this on yourself or on others. A half-told secret between friends, a conversation left on read, a project marked almost done, but not quite. Every open loop is a small hook in someone's attention. The more loops you create around a person, the more they orbit your orbit. They'll think about you more, check on you more, crave resolution from you more. It's not magic. It's just how the brain is built. The quiet danger is knowing whether you want to be the one hooking or the one hooked. Most of us are both without ever realizing it. Reciprocity as invisible debt. Someone does you a favor, buys you coffee, listens to your breakup story, shows up when you call. It feels warm. It feels like kindness. But underneath that warmth, something shifts. A small, invisible weight settles in your chest. You owe them now, and not legally, not even explicitly, just owe. This is reciprocity, and humans are wired deep to repay favors, to balance the ledger. It sounds fair, even noble. But the trap is that the debt feels heavier than the gift. Someone spends 20 minutes listening to you spiral, and suddenly you feel obligated to say yes to their request next month, even if it costs you time you don't have. They pick up the check once, and you find yourself defensive, waiting for the moment they will cash in that kindness. The darker truth. Skilled people weaponize this. Salesmen, manipulators, people who sense your loneliness. They give first. A small gesture, a compliment, genuine attention when you are starving for it, and then the ask comes. By then, the debt feels real. You have already accepted the gift. Saying no feels like betrayal. The move is to notice when you feel that weight. Not all generosity creates debt. Real kindness doesn't keep score. But if you find yourself saying yes to something you don't want, out of a sense of obligation to someone else's earlier gesture, pause. Ask yourself, did I ask for this debt or was it placed on me? That distinction is everything. The weight you feel tells you which it was. When you can name that feeling, the spell breaks just enough to choose. The unsolicited favour obligation. A co-worker stays late to finish your project. A neighbour mows your lawn without asking. Someone picks up the dinner check. In the moment it feels like kindness, pure and simple. But then something shifts. A weight you didn't consent to carries itself forward. You owe them now, even though you never made that bargain. Your brain treats unsolicited help like a debt ledger. Not money, something older and stickier. A social arithmetic that starts running the moment they act. Your mind calculates, what would balance this? When should I repay it? What if I can't? The person who helped might have done it out of genuine care or impulse, or wanting to look magnanimous. None of that matters. The ledger feels uneven, and that's all your nervous system knows. So you start offering favours back. You say yes to things you'd normally skip. You feel a strange resentment at them for putting you in this position, even though they didn't ask you to feel anything at all. The debt lives rent-free in your head. Here's where it gets dangerous. People who know human nature exploit it deliberately. They slip small, unsolicited favours into your life. Help with a project, a loan, an introduction, then wait. Months later, when they ask for something real, something that costs you, that old favour sits there like a loaded gun. It bends your no into a maybe, your maybe into a yes. The move is small but sharp. Notice when you feel indebted to someone who never asked you to. Name it. Then ask, Do I actually owe them, or am I following an old script my body learned before I could choose? Commitment and consistency lock in. You sign up for a free trial of a service, just to try it. Nothing binding, or so you think. But the moment you enter your card, fill out a form with your real name, or tell a friend you're getting into something, your brain has already shifted. You're no longer a person testing an idea. You're someone with a stake in it. This is the lock-in, not because the company made it hard to cancel, though they did, but because you made a commitment, even a tiny one. And humans hate being hypocrites. We hate holding two contradictory thoughts at once. So if you said you were going to do something, or if you've already started down a path, you'll keep walking it, even when the original reason to walk it has vanished. The dark part, you don't even notice it happening. You think you're making a rational choice to stay subscribed, to finish the course, to keep dating someone who stopped making you happy. But the real force is simpler and quieter. It's the shame or discomfort of admitting you were wrong. It's the tiny ego cost of backing out. Here's what makes this stick. Every small action you take in service of that commitment makes the next one easier. You went to one class, so 2 classes feels natural. You wore the shirt with the logo, so defending the brand feels natural. The path hardens with each step. Watch for moments when you're choosing something mostly because you already said you would. That's when the lock-in owns you, not the other way around. The public pledge trap. You announce you're going to the gym 5 times a week. You post about it. Your friends know. And now, 3 weeks later, you're terrified to tell them you've cut it back to twice. That dread you feel isn't weakness. It's your brain locking itself into a cage you built in public. Here's the mechanism. When you declare something out loud, especially to an audience, your ego fuses with the commitment. It stops being about whether the gym actually helps you feel stronger. It becomes about whether you look consistent, reliable, someone who follows through. Your sense of self gets tangled up in the promise. Breaking it feels like breaking yourself. The trap deepens because public pledges feel like they increase motivation. And in the short term, they genuinely do. You get a little hit of status. People nod approvingly. Your phone lights up with encouragement. But that external validation becomes a leash you can't slip. You end up continuing things not because they serve you anymore, but because admitting you were wrong is now publicly humiliating. You double down. You push harder. You stay in routines that don't work. Silent shifts are almost impossible once the world is watching. So many people stay trapped in choices they no longer believe in because they promised someone else they would. The person they're really protecting isn't their friend. It's the version of themselves they announced out loud. If you want something to actually stick, keep the first decision quiet. Let it prove itself in private. Only talk about it when you're already certain it's real. That's when the cage becomes a choice. Social proof herd pressure. A room full of people laughing at a joke you didn't hear yet. Before your brain even processes the punchline, you're smiling. Your body already knows. If everyone else is laughing, the safe move is to laugh too. That instinct is older than language. It kept your ancestors alive. A tribe that moved when the tribe moved survived. A tribe that questioned while the herd ran got eaten. But here's where it gets dark. That instinct doesn't check facts anymore. It just checks bodies. Researchers have shown that people will deny obvious visual evidence, a line that is clearly longer than another, if a group says it's shorter first, not because they're stupid, because the ancient alarm in their nervous system fires. The group knows something I don't. and being wrong with them is safer than being right alone. You see this everywhere now. A restaurant that's packed feels better than an empty one with the same food. A product with 1,000 5-star reviews feels safer than one with 5. A conspiracy theory that your friend group whispers about starts feeling plausible, not because the evidence got stronger, but because the number of people believing it did. The trap is that social proof feels like thinking. It doesn't feel like herd pressure. It feels like you've decided, and that feeling is precisely what makes it so hard to catch yourself doing it. The next time you find yourself agreeing because others already have, pause. Ask, do I actually believe this, or am I just safe right now? That question alone can break the spell. The wisdom of the crowd exploit. You walk into a theatre and everyone's laughing at a joke you didn't quite hear. Your face softens. You laugh too, not because the punchline landed, but because the room already decided it was funny. That moment is the exploit. Crowds genuinely are smarter than individuals in certain ways. A room of strangers can guess the number of jelly beans in a jar more accurately than any expert alone. Groups average out individual blind spots. But here's what makes it dangerous. That same crowd effect flips backward. Put 5 people in a room and play a tone that's clearly off-key. If 4 of them nod along, the 5th will often nod too, even though their ears didn't change. Their brain did. Marketers know this pattern cold. So do cults and movements. They seed a belief into a few visible people. An influencer likes it. A news anchor mentions it. A celebrity adopts it. And suddenly the crowd follows, not because the thing deserves it, but because the crowd is watching itself move. You are not deciding. You are pattern matching on other people's decisions. The real trap is that once momentum builds, you stop asking whether the thing is true. You ask whether everyone else believes it. A lie that 3,000 people have already tweeted becomes, in the moment, psychologically indistinguishable from truth. The crowd didn't discover something, but it created it. Next time you feel a strong pull towards something, pause and ask where you actually learned it. Not where you heard it repeated, but where you formed it yourself. That small friction might be enough to break the spell. Authority, costume, compliance. You are sitting in a waiting room. A man in a white coat walks past. Your shoulders straighten. Your voice lowers. He has said nothing to you, but already you have bowed. This is the costume at work. And it works because you barely notice it happening. Milgram's obedience experiments showed us the scaffold. But the costume is the real architecture. A uniform, a title, a clipboard, a confident stride down a hallway, and these are not accessories. They are permission slips we hand to strangers, signed in our nervous system before our mind catches up. The costume tells your body this person has a right to direct you. And your body believes it before your conscious mind even registers the interaction. Watch what happens when the costume slips. A doctor in scrubs stops a nurse in the hallway. One has the jacket. One does not. Who speaks first? Whose opinion holds weight in the room? The knowledge they carry is identical. The costume is everything. It is not about respect for expertise. It is about the visual signal, the symbol, the theatre of authority. Your compliance does not require logic. It requires only the image. What makes this dangerous is that you do not revise your compliance afterward. You think, that person must have known something I did not, rather than, I obeyed because of the white coat. The costume becomes invisible the moment it works. Authority dressed up as truth is a trick you fall for every day without naming it one. You inherit the assumptions of every uniform you encounter and rarely stop to ask whether the person inside earned them or simply wore them. The lab coat effect. A man in a white coat tells you the study shows people who drink red wine live longer. You nod. The same man in a polo shirt says it the next day. Suddenly you're sceptical. Nothing about the facts changed. Only what he was wearing changed your brain's permission to believe him. In the 1960s, psychologists ran an experiment where nurses wore white coats. When they asked patients to skip pain medication, most refused. Then the nurses changed into regular clothes. Same request. The refusal rate dropped. The coat itself rewired how people read authority, trustworthiness, even truth. Your brain uses uniforms, titles, and appearance as a shortcut because in most cases they actually correlate with competence. A surgeon in scrubs probably does know more about hearts than a guy in jeans. The system works so often that your mind starts treating the symbol as a stand-in for substance. It's not stupidity, it's efficiency gone automatic, where it gets darker. Industries know this intimately. Doctors wear white coats in commercials. Credibility coaches tell charismatic con artists to add blazers. A credential, a setting, a uniform. These are so cheap to fake and so powerful to deploy that they often work better than actual expertise ever could. Next time someone with a title or a uniform is trying to convince you of something that matters, pause. Ask what would change if they were in different clothes. Not because authority is always wrong, but because the coat should not do the thinking for you. That small resistance might be the only thing standing between you and someone else's careful design. Liking bridges resistance. You know that moment when someone gives you a compliment and suddenly you're more willing to listen to what they're about to ask? That shift is not accident. It is the machinery of liking at work, and it bends your judgment in ways you barely notice. Here's how it moves through you. When you like someone, your defensive walls drop. You stop cross-examining their logic because the person saying it feels safe, warm, or familiar. Your critical mind takes a nap. A salesman who laughs at your joke, a friend who remembers a detail you mentioned weeks ago, a stranger who dresses like you do. All of it opens a door you didn't know was closed. The trap is not the liking itself. The trap is that liking and truth got confused somewhere along the way. A person you like can sell you a terrible idea. A charismatic voice can walk you toward a belief that harms you. The resistance you normally carry, the part of you that asks hard questions, it softens the moment you feel seen or admired by someone. The quieter move is to notice when you are being liked at, not just liked. Does this person remember you because they care, or because they're building the bridge? Are you laughing because something is genuinely funny, or because you're pleased someone paid attention to you? That pause, that small question, is your resistance coming back online. It does not kill connection. It makes connection worth having, and that matters far more than the comfort of being charmed. The similarity mirror rapport. You've probably noticed how quickly you warm to someone who laughs like you do, or who leans in the same way when listening. That's not accident, it's neurology. When we see ourselves reflected in another person's behaviour, our brain releases a small hit of oxytocin, the bonding hormone. Suddenly they feel safe, and you like them more than you did 5 minutes ago, though you're not quite sure why. Salespeople know this pattern cold. A good one will match your speech pace, mirror your posture, even adopt your vocabulary cadence. If you say words slowly and deliberately, they slow down. If you gesture with your hands, theirs start moving. You don't notice the mirroring because it happens below the line of conscious attention, which is exactly why it works. Here's the trap. Mirroring hijacks trust itself. Your nervous system thinks, this person is like me, like is safe. Safe means I can lower my guard. But mirroring is just choreography, skilled performance, nothing more. Someone who mirrors you brilliantly might be reflecting your own empathy back at you while having none of their own. You feel understood because they're technically skilled at appearing to understand. The next time you feel sudden warmth towards someone new, pause for a breath. Not to distrust them, just to separate the feeling from the fact. Ask yourself what you actually know about them beyond how they make you feel in that moment. The mirroring is real. Your instinct is real. Your judgment about their actual character still has to come from somewhere deeper than a matched breath. The flattery softening technique. Think about the last time someone complimented you right before asking for something. Maybe they said your apartment was stunning, then asked to borrow money. Or they mentioned how intelligent you are, then pushed you to take on extra work. That praise wasn't random. It was a temperature check, a way to soften you before the real ask landed. What happens in your brain during that compliment is mechanical. A small reward fires, your dopamine spikes, your guard lowers because for a moment you feel seen. The person praising you seemed to notice something true. That felt good, that felt real, and then riding that warmth comes the request. The timing is not an accident. The trick works because you are now operating from a surplus. You are grateful. You feel generous. Your threat detection system, the part that normally scrutinizes motives, is quiet. A neurotransmitter called oxytocin floods your system during positive social moments, and it literally makes you more trusting, less critical, more willing to cooperate. You become more porous to suggestion. Here's where it gets sticky. If the compliment was genuine, accepting it doesn't make you weak. But if it was strategic, if it was timed, then you were just moved, not by truth, by tempo. The antidote is small and awkward. When praise arrives, pause. Notice it, sit with it without immediately shifting into gratitude mode. Ask yourself, what comes next? Is this followed by a request? That tiny hesitation can save you from decisions you'll regret. The people who use this know something you do. They know that a softened person is a saying person. Manufactured false familiarity. You walk into a coffee shop and the barista calls you by name before you've ordered. Your chest warms. For a moment you feel seen. Then you remember you've been here maybe 3 times, and her name tag says, "Ask me about our rewards program." The warmth doesn't vanish. It just sits there, awkward, because something in you is already hooked. Your brain doesn't distinguish well between real intimacy and its replica. A business emails you by your first name. A streamer reads your username aloud. Someone remembers you like cream in your coffee. Each small gesture feels personal, feels like proof that you matter to them. Except it costs them nothing, just a database and a script. The trap is that you don't feel manipulated, you feel appreciated. Companies know this. They use it in loyalty programs, customer service training, personalized ads. The more familiar they can make you feel toward a brand or person, the less you scrutinize what they're actually offering. You start defending them because you've woven them into your sense of being known. Real familiarity is asymmetrical in an honest way. The barista learned your order because you came back. You didn't learn hers. But manufactured familiarity hides the imbalance. She knows you. You think you know her. The script sounds like friendship. The database feels like memory. And by the time you realize the difference, you've already spent the money and told your friends how great the service was. Before you feel that next warm pulse of recognition, pause. Did they remember me? Or did they remember my data? The mere exposure warming. Think about a song you hated on first listen. You know the one, too weird, too loud, or just wrong. Then it played in a coffee shop you frequented, in a friend's car, at the gym. One day you caught yourself humming it. By month 3, you genuinely loved it. Nothing about the song changed, only your exposure to it did. This is the mere exposure effect. And it works on far more than songs. Faces you see often become more trustworthy in your mind, even if you've never spoken to them. A brand logo you pass daily starts to feel like a friend. A stranger who sits 3 desks away becomes someone you'd vouch for, simply because your brain learned to stop treating them as a threat. The mechanism is almost embarrassingly simple. Repetition quiets the alarm system in your amygdala. Unfamiliar things trigger caution. Familiar things trigger comfort. Your nervous system relaxes around what it has seen before, and that relaxation feels like affection. You feel warmer toward it without knowing why. Here's the dark part. Manipulators know this. Cults use it. Abusers use it. They engineer slow exposure, phone calls, texts, coincidental encounters, until their victim's nervous system stops screaming danger. The abuser becomes familiar. Familiar becomes safe. Safe becomes love, even though nothing they do has actually changed. Watch for it in yourself. Notice when repetition is being mistaken for connection, when frequency is being read as care. Liking something because you've seen it 100 times is not the same as liking it because it's good for you. That gap between what feels true and what actually is, that's where your autonomy lives. Priming the unconscious frame. You walk into a coffee shop and before you've even ordered, a song is playing, something melancholic and minor key. 30 seconds later you feel pensive, reflective. The same coffee tastes subtly different than it did yesterday. Nothing in the actual coffee changed. Your mind did. That's priming. The invisible hand that shapes what you notice, feel and decide before you're aware it's happening. Here's where it gets darker. People use priming against you constantly. A news outlet leads with crime statistics, then asks your opinion on immigration. Your brain is now in a threat frame. A company shows you a photo of their CEO smiling warmly. Then you evaluate their product. You are not judging the product fairly. You are bathing it in the glow of that face. A therapist leans forward and says, "You seem anxious." And suddenly your heart rate climbs. The suggestion becomes the reality. Your unconscious doesn't distinguish between what was planted there and what you noticed organically. It just runs with the frame. So when someone says, "I'm not saying you're paranoid," but they've already primed paranoia into your mind. When an argument starts with, "I hate to bring this up," but you are already defensive before the complaint lands. The frame is set. The sticky part, you can't unsee what you've been primed to see. Once that melancholic song played, the coffee tasted different all day. Once you were told to expect rudeness, you interpreted ambiguous behavior as hostile. Start noticing the frame before you enter it, the song, the photo, the leading question. That tiny awareness shifts you back into the driver's seat. The framing effect on identical facts. A surgeon walks into the pre-op room and tells you 2 things about the same operation. The first version, this surgery has a 90% success rate. You feel calm, almost grateful. Then she adds, or if you prefer the other way of thinking about it, there's a 10% mortality risk. Suddenly your chest tightens. Nothing changed. The math is identical. Your body doesn't care. This is the framing effect at work, and it runs deeper than your conscious mind can catch. When information is wrapped in positive language, gains, survival, progress, you relax into it. The same information dressed in loss language, risk, failure, death triggers alarm bells your ancestors learned the hard way. Your nervous system doesn't think, it just feels the shape of the words. Here's what makes it devious. You know intellectually that 90% success and 10% failure are the same fact. You can repeat that to yourself, and yet the feeling persists. Framing doesn't persuade your thinking mind. It hijacks your emotional one, the part that decides whether you feel safe or afraid, whether you lean in or pull back. The real trap is that whoever frames the question owns your instinct before you even realize you're being shaped. They're not lying. They're just choosing which truth to show you first. Next time someone presents facts wrapped in a particular mood, pause and ask yourself what the opposite framing would sound like. That tiny shift is often enough to wake your thinking brain back up before emotion takes the wheel. Gain framing versus loss framing. Two salespeople walk into your life with the same health insurance policy. One says, you'll keep 95% of your claims covered. The other says, only 5% of your claims go uncovered. The math is identical. Your gut reaction, not even close. You trust the first one more. You feel safer. You're already reaching for the pen. That invisible tilt is framing at work, and it doesn't care about your math skills. Gain framing and loss framing activate different parts of your nervous system. When something is pitched as a gain, what you'll get, what you'll keep, what you'll improve, your brain lights up with appetite. You lean in, you move toward it. Loss framing flips that. Avoid losing money. Don't miss out. You'll regret not acting now. Plot day, suddenly you're defensive. Your whole body tightens. You'll pay more, agree faster, sign away details, anything to stop the bleeding. Companies have weaponized this so thoroughly it lives in plain sight. Healthcare plans use gain framing when they want you relaxed and trusting. Insurance companies flip to loss framing when they want you scared into a sale. Politicians shift the frame depending on which emotion they need to win. The same policy, the same election, the same choice, just wrapped in different language. The trap is that you almost never notice the wrap. You believe you're choosing based on facts and reason. You're actually choosing based on where the frame pulls your fear or your hope. Next time a pitch makes your shoulders drop or tighten, stop and ask, what word just did that? That's where your real decision lives. The contrast principle, distortion. You walk into a store. The first shirt costs $95. You frown. Then the clerk shows you one for $149. Suddenly 95 feels like a steal. Nothing about the first shirt changed. Only what came before it. That shift is the contrast principle, and it shapes almost every choice you make without you noticing. The trick works because your brain doesn't evaluate things in a vacuum. It measures them against what just arrived. A date who texts back in 3 hours feels attentive if the last person took 2 days. A salary of $60,000 feels generous if you were making 40. The movie that bored you seems brilliant next to one that put you to sleep. Your mind is always doing math, but it's not math about reality. It's math about difference. This matters because people who understand contrast know exactly how to move you. Show you the worst option first, and the good one glows. Negotiate low, then raise the ask, and suddenly the middle ground feels reasonable. End a relationship badly, and the next person, even if they're just ordinary, can feel like salvation. The weight of contrast is why splurge feels sweeter after a dry season, why an insult lands harder if you were just praised, and why you can talk yourself into almost anything if the alternative seems worse. Your brain isn't comparing to some fixed standard. It's comparing to the frame someone just built around it. The frame is the cage, and most of the time you don't even see it being built. The rejection then retreat combo. You reach out, silence, so you pull back, and the moment you do, they notice the distance and wonder where you went. That's the trap. Rejection followed by your own retreat creates a loop where both people feel abandoned, even though one person started it. Here's what happens in the nervous system. Rejection hits you as a threat. Your body reads it as exclusion, and the safest move feels like withdrawal. You stop texting, you stop showing up, you create the very distance you feared. And now you have proof that the relationship was fragile all along. Except it wasn't fragile. You just made it lonely. The other person, meanwhile, doesn't always know why you disappeared. They might have been distracted, tired, dealing with their own stuff. But your absence reads to them as judgment. They think, if I mattered, they would have stayed. So they retreat too. And now both of you are sitting in separate rooms, each believing the other didn't want to be there. The sticky part is that this pattern trains you to expect rejection. After a few cycles, you start pulling back before anyone even pushes. You become your own rejecter, and that becomes a way of life. Always leaving before you can be left. That feels like protection, but it's really just loneliness with a policy. Try naming the moment it happens. Not fixing it. Just noticing, I feel rejected and I'm about to retreat. Pause. Maybe reach out anyway. Maybe ask. The loop doesn't break because you force connection. It breaks because you stop auto-abandoning yourself. The low ball bait switch. You see the ad? A used car for $4,995, impossibly cheap. You call. The salesman sounds apologetic. That price was for the previous model, the one that sold yesterday. But he has something even better coming in next week. Would you like to put down a small deposit to hold it? By then, your mind has already anchored to that low number. Everything else feels expensive by comparison. This is the bait and switch in its most predatory form, and it works because of how your brain prices the world. Once you see $4,995, every other offer gets measured against it. A $7,500 car now feels like a loss, even if it's mechanically superior. The anchor doesn't vanish when you learn it was fictional. It just sits there, reshaping what seems reasonable. You don't forget the lie. You build your expectations on top of it. Retailers know this, dating apps know this, job recruiters know this. They dangle an impossibly good offer. A price, a salary, a promise of attention. Just long enough for your brain to accept it as the baseline. Then the real terms arrive. The real version. And because you've already adjusted your expectations downward, you're more likely to say yes. The defense is cold and almost absurd. Notice when you're excited. Notice when something feels too good to check. That's often when your anchoring system is being hijacked. The moment you feel that flutter of luck, pause and ask yourself what you'd think of this offer if you'd seen it first, with no golden lie behind it. That question alone can break the spell. The bait and hidden hook. A recruiter messages you on LinkedIn with a subject line that lands just right. They saw your profile. They think you'd be perfect for something. Your chest lifts a little. Someone noticed you. You reply within minutes, already imagining what comes next. By the time you realize the job pays half what you make now, you're already emotionally invested in the conversation. The flattery was the bait. The lowball offer is what they were actually after. This move shows up everywhere. Someone wants something from you. The initial contact feels personal, generous, or flattering, but it's not the real prize. It's designed to get you leaning in, lowering your guard, and start picturing a better version of your own life. Once you're imagining, a different part of your brain takes over, the part that wants to believe, A friend asks for a small favour first, then a bigger one, then money, and saying no feels cruel because you've already said yes 5 times. A dating match asks the right questions, seems genuinely interested, then pivots to a business pitch. A salesman hands you the car keys for a test drive. Each time the emotional moment comes first. The real ask slides in after. By then, your guard is down. You've built a story around this person or opportunity. You've started feeling like you belong to something. Walking away doesn't feel like self-protection anymore. It feels like betrayal. The antidote is smaller than you'd think. Notice what hooked you emotionally first. Then ask what comes after it. What does this person actually need from you? What's the real transaction once you're already sold? That pause before your next yes is where you reclaim control. The forbidden fruit amplifier. Tell someone they can't have something and suddenly they want it twice as much. The restriction itself becomes the magnet. Your brain doesn't care whether the thing was actually desirable. The moment it's forbidden, value appears where there was none. Think about a diet. The moment you ban cookies, cookies become all you think about. When you could eat them freely, you ignored them. Now they live rent-free in your head, growing more appealing by the hour. The restriction didn't make the cookie better. It made your brain perceive it as rarer, more precious, therefore more worth wanting. Same cookie, different voltage. Marketers know this cold. Limited time offers, exclusive memberships, available only to a select few. These aren't honest descriptions. They are permission structures for your brain to crank up the desire knob. You are not reacting to the product's actual value. You are reacting to the fence around it. The trap deepens when restriction comes from authority. Tell a teenager they can't see someone and watch how magnetic that person becomes. Tell an adult they can't access information, and that information suddenly feels like contraband. Your autonomy recognizes the threat and pushes back hard. Before you buy that limited thing, before you pursue that restricted person, pause. Ask whether you want it because it's good or because someone drew a line around it. The only way to trust your own wanting is to know the difference between desire and scarcity's echo. Reverse psychology reactance. You tell your kid not to touch the wet paint. Suddenly that paint becomes the only thing worth touching. You warn a friend away from a bad relationship. They cling harder. You mention you're quitting social media. Everyone insists you can't leave. Each time something primal ignites. Not hunger for the thing itself, but rage at being told you cannot have it. Psychologists call this reactance. The moment a limit feels like a cage, freedom becomes the prize. Your brain doesn't care if the boundary protects you. It reads the restriction and thinks, that is mine now. The more you resist the rule, the more real the loss feels. The forbidden thing inflates in your mind. Reverse psychology hunts this exact reflex. Instead of forbidding something, you subtly recommend the opposite. Let their reactance do the heavy lifting. Tell someone they're probably not tough enough for the gym. Suggest that they might not be ready for hard truth. Suddenly they're desperate to prove you wrong, to snatch back what feels stolen. The darkness. It works too well. Once you know the machine, you can run it. But manipulating people this way corrodes trust. They feel it later, even if they can't name it. And if they catch the move, reactance turns to spite. Your real edge isn't using this on others. It's noticing when it's being used on you, when someone forbids something, or when you feel defiant without a clear reason. Pause. Ask, am I reacting to the thing itself or to the cage around it? That single question breaks the spell. The illusion of free choice. You walk into a cafe and the barista asks what you want. You feel the weight of decision, cappuccino or cortado. You choose. You feel free. But here's what's interesting. That choice was already baked in before you consciously knew it. Your brain had already voted. You just got the memo late. Neuroscience has found something strange in people making decisions. Brain activity that predicts your choice shows up in scans roughly 10 seconds before you're aware you've decided anything. You're not steering the wheel. You're narrating a story about steering while your unconscious mind is already 3 moves ahead, pulling the levers. Most of your behavior comes from habit, pattern, previous reward. The cafe owner knows this. They've placed the expensive drinks at eye level. They've named that seasonal flavor something that makes you feel discovery instead of upsell. You walk in believing you're free, and you are, but free within guardrails someone else built while you weren't looking. The trap isn't that you have no choice. You do. The trap is mistaking the feeling of choosing for the fact of choosing freely. Your preferences, your triggers, your sense of what you want, they're shaped by invisible forces all around you. The cafe, the supermarket, your phone, they're not neutral spaces. They're choice architecture, designed before you ever walked through the door. Next time you decide something, pause and notice. Did you choose this, or did you inherit it? That pause might be the only freedom you've got. The "but you are free" release. There's a moment in a conversation when someone says something impossible, then adds the magic word. You should really call your mother more, they pause, but of course you're free to do whatever you want. Suddenly, the weight doubles. The word "but" erases everything that came before it, and the added permission somehow makes the original demand hit harder. That's the trap. What's happening is psychological judo. The initial statement plants itself as the true agenda. The "but you are free" release doesn't soften anything. It removes the friction. No argument, no defensiveness needed. You know you're free, and yet now you're thinking about calling your mother, aren't you? The freedom clause actually amplifies the pressure because you can't blame anyone else for not doing it. There's no external force to push back against. It's all you. Manipulators and marketers use this structure constantly. Most people are buying this product, but obviously you make your own choices. Everyone's upgrading their life, but hey, it's totally up to you. The freedom statement makes you feel autonomous, while the preceding claim settles into your brain like sediment. You're not being told what to do, which somehow makes you more likely to do it anyway. When you hear that sequence next, a claim followed by a freedom release, pause and notice it. Ask yourself, am I drawn toward this choice because I actually want it, or because I've been handed permission in a way that secretly whispers I should? That gap between what feels free and what's actually free is where you'll find your clearest thinking. The yes ladder momentum. A door-to-door salesman asks if you want to buy a vacuum. You say no. He leaves. But what if he'd asked something smaller first? Do you agree that a clean home matters? You'd say yes. Then, would you like to see how this tool handles pet hair? Another yes. By the time he asks for the purchase, you have already said yes 5 times. Your brain is no longer in defensive mode. It is in agreement mode. That shift is the yes ladder. What happens inside your skull when you climb those rungs is neurological momentum. Each small yes creates a tiny commitment. Your mind wants to stay consistent with what you have already said. It is less work than changing directions. So yes becomes easier to say again. The salesman knows this. So do political campaigns and anyone who wants to move you quietly from where you are to where they want you. But you use this on yourself without knowing it. You commit to 1 push-up, then 3, then 10. You commit to checking your phone just once in the morning, and the ladder builds toward full scrolling. Confidence works the same way. One small social win, then you take a bigger risk than another. The real danger is knowing the ladder exists, but riding it anyway. Awareness does not make you immune. What matters is the pause before the first yes. Ask yourself, am I saying yes because this is genuinely mine, or because I am being steered? That one question, early, stops the momentum before your brain locks into agreement and becomes harder to redirect. The four walls closing questions. You know that feeling when you're in a conversation and someone keeps asking you questions, each one narrower than the last? By the end, you're not discovering anything. You're being herded into a corner where only one answer makes sense. That's the four walls technique, and it's quieter and more dangerous than any direct argument. Here's how it works in real life. A partner asks, "Do you love me?" You say yes. Then, would someone who loves me stay out late without texting? Yes, that would hurt. And you stayed out late last week? Pause. Doesn't that mean you don't really love me? See what happened? The questions weren't innocent. Each one built a wall. By the fourth, the room was closing in. Interrogators use this. Salespeople use it. People who sense they're losing an argument use it relentlessly. The trap works because questions feel safer than accusations. You're just asking. But the direction is rigged from the start. The questioner isn't curious. They're constructing a cage, one small question at a time. What makes this especially insidious is that you can feel it happening and still struggle to escape. Your mind keeps following the logic chain, trying to be consistent, trying to answer fairly. But fairness requires you to ignore that the conversation itself has been weaponized. The walls don't need locks. They just need to be close enough that you stop looking for the door. Next time someone starts asking you connected questions in a row, pause and ask yourself, where is this going? That one breath of distance can be enough to see the trap before you're already inside it. The assumptive close presumption. A salesman walks into your home, and before you've even said yes, he's already measuring your windows. He's not being rude. He's deploying a psychological maneuver so smooth, you won't even notice it's happened. By the time he asks, which color do you prefer? The question assumes you've already decided to buy. He's closed the deal in your mind before you knew there was one to close. This is the assumptive close, and it works because it shifts the conversation from if to which. It changes the frame from decision to implementation. Your brain finds it easier to choose between two things than to say no to something presented as already happening. A hairdresser asks, do you want layers or length, not do you want a cut? A dating app asks, when should we meet, not should we meet? The power isn't in the hard sell, it's in the assumption baked into the question. Sales trainers have known this for decades, but it leaks everywhere now. Marketers use it. Manipulative partners use it. Your own brain uses it against you when you're tired or distracted. You find yourself committed to something you never actually chose. The trap is that saying no to an assumed decision feels like friction, like explaining yourself. So people don't. They slide into the path of least resistance. The antidote is simple. Before you answer any question, notice what assumption is hiding inside it. Is someone asking you to choose between options, or did they already choose for you and call it a question? That one moment of awareness is usually enough to take your power back. The false dichotomy corner. You are tired, so your brain offers you two choices: stay up and suffer, or sleep immediately and fix everything tomorrow. But there is a third option. The one your exhausted mind never mentions. It just presents the pair in front of you as the only way forward, and you nod along because you do not have the energy to argue with your own skull. This is how false dichotomies trap us, especially when we are worn down or stressed. Your brain is a shortcut machine. When it is running low on fuel, it collapses a complicated problem into two poles: stay or leave, fight or fold, give up or burn out. The middle ground, the sideways move, the small adjustment that might actually work, all of it vanishes from the screen. What makes this so dangerous is how natural it feels. You are not being tricked by someone else. You are being trapped by your own tired reasoning. And because only two options are visible, whichever one you pick feels inevitable. That job either owns you or you walk away. That relationship is either perfect or dead. There is no renegotiation, no therapy, no boundary reset. Just the corners. Watch for this in your own thinking when your guard is down. Notice when a decision feels like a cliff. Two endings, nothing between. That feeling is often a signal that you have folded the world too small. Zoom out. Ask what a third path might look like, even if you never take it. Your mind needs permission to see more than two doors before it can walk through any of them. The either or narrowing. Your boss makes a suggestion about a project. It lands like a criticism. So you think, either I defend myself now or I accept I'm failing. Either I push back hard or I'm weak. The moment you frame it that way, you've already lost half your options without knowing it. Your mind just closed a door you didn't even see. This is what happens when your mind boxes a situation into two sides. The either-or trap feels like clarity, like you're seeing the real choice. But you're actually standing in a narrow hallway and calling it the whole building. A colleague disagrees with your idea. You could see that as either an attack on you or as useful friction. A partner forgets an anniversary. Either they don't care or the relationship is fine. A mistake at work means either you're competent or you're finished. Each time you've collapsed a whole landscape into a single line. The narrowing happens fast, especially when emotion gets involved. Fear, shame, pride, they all love binary thinking because it's simple and it protects you from nuance. Real choice is messier. It lives in the space between the two walls you just built. That space is where actual thinking happens, but it's also where uncertainty lives, and your nervous system hates it there. Next time you catch yourself saying either or about something that matters, pause. Ask what's actually hiding in the middle. Can you defend yourself and stay curious at the same time? Can you value your colleague's input without feeling small? The answer to almost every real dilemma lives where the either-or narration says it cannot. The Barnum Statement Mirror. You walk into a boutique tarot reading and the reader looks at your palm. You have a deep sensitivity, they say. People often misunderstand you, but underneath you're stronger than you appear. You feel seen. You feel known. 3 days later, you realize they said the same thing to your friend. This is the Barnum effect, named after P.T. Barnum's line about a sucker born every minute. Barnum statements are vague enough to apply to almost anyone, but specific enough to feel personal. You have unexpressed talents. You worry about people you love. You sometimes feel lonely, even in a crowd. All true for the listener. All true for everyone. The trap is what happens next. Your brain doesn't ask if the statement is general. It asks why it's so accurate. For you. Confirmation bias does the rest. You remember the hits, forget the misses. A personality test says you're creative but practical. Suddenly you frame your choices that way. A horoscope says you're about to enter a growth phase. You start seeing challenges as proof of your evolution, not failure. The Barnum statement becomes a funhouse mirror. You don't discover yourself in it. You become what it reflects. Spend a week noticing how many vague compliments, personality quizzes, and self-help platitudes you accept without question. The ones that stick hardest are rarely true because they're accurate. They're true because you've decided to live into them. That decision happens so quietly, you'll miss it if you're not watching. Cold reading warm hits. You walk into a tarot reader's parlour, candlelight low, crystals catching the glow. The reader looks at your hands for 30 seconds and says, "I sense loss. Someone close." You carry it still. Your chest tightens. How could they possibly know? It feels like magic, but it isn't. It's mathematics dressed up as intuition. Here's what's actually happening. Statistically, most people over 25 have lost someone. A parent, a grandparent, a friend. The reader just bet on the odds that worked. They threw a wide net and waited for you to fill in the holes. When they said loss, you didn't hear statistically likely sadness. You heard your specific private ache. You did the real work. They just held up a blank mirror. This technique is called cold reading, and it works because humans are pattern completion machines. Show us a fuzzy image and we see a face. Give us a vague statement and we populate it with our own lived truth. The reader then watches your micro-expressions, the slight drop of your mouth, the way your eyes shift, and they adjust. They pull the thread they see you responding to. Each hit feels personal because it is personal. You made it personal. The trap is that we mistake this responsiveness for proof of insight, but cold reading works on anyone. The lonely, the grieving, the searching. It works because we all carry stories. The reader isn't reading you. You're reading yourself aloud, and they're taking credit for the translation. Next time you feel someone really understands you after a few well-timed, vague statements, pause. Ask yourself who actually filled in the blanks. The Rainbow Ruse coverage. A recruiter walks you through the job benefits. Flexibility, remote options, amazing teammates, all verifiable. Then the salary conversation gets stretched. The workload is invented, but your mind has already locked onto the true details. So when reality arrives, you feel half crazy for complaining about what was technically said. This is the Rainbow Ruse. Visible, undeniable facts, made to feel like proof the invisible ones are true too. A magician shows empty hands before producing the coin. Your ex lists everything they did right before quietly editing the months they vanished. A diet company buries the ingredient that doesn't work behind a wall of peer-reviewed studies on the ones that do. Your brain trusts consistency. When most of what you hear is verifiable, a small claim feels woven into genuine material, so it moves without friction. The lie doesn't float alone. It travels inside the truthful part like a package inside a larger box. The real trap sets when you try to point out the false thread later. People don't remember separating truth from fiction. They remember the overall picture, the feeling of credibility. You sound paranoid pushing back on something that was technically said. Defending the truth becomes exhausting because half of what was claimed actually is true. Next time someone layers a small claim inside a string of facts you already trust, pause. Notice when they're showing you their hands. That moment of overconfidence is often where the invisible coin appears. Then ask the specific part they want you to believe without proof. That question alone breaks the spell. The fora flattery blanket. A stranger hands you a card at a coffee shop. You have a strong need to be liked, but you hide a secret wish to be left alone sometimes. Your chest tightens. How did they know? You read it again, already convinced it was written for you. That card cost them nothing. They recycled it to the person before you and the person before them. Back in 1948, a psychologist named Bertram Forer gave his students fake personality readings based on astrological nonsense and cold readings. Nearly all of them believed the words were meant only for them. The trick? Every single student got the exact same reading. This is the Forer effect, your brain's tendency to accept vague, universal statements as profound personal truths. The flattery blanket works because it drapes across everyone. You value honesty, but sometimes bend the truth for peace. You dream bigger than you admit. You are harder on yourself than others are. These statements are true enough for most humans that your brain fills in the specific proof. Your memory becomes the accomplice. You remember the time you kept quiet to avoid conflict and forget the dozen times you spoke up. What makes this dangerous is not that strangers fool you. It's that you fool yourself. Astrologers, tarot readers, life coaches, and even some therapists weaponize this effect. They let you project meaning onto their vagueness. Then you credit them with seeing you. And once you believe someone sees you, you trust them with more. The blanket is only powerful when you forget you're wearing it. Confirmation bias feeding. You scroll past 3 articles that confirm what you already think. You skip the one that doesn't. By tomorrow, you feel certain. By next week, you feel like you've done the research. That's not research, that's hunger, and you've just fed it. Here's how it works in real time. Your brain doesn't want answers, it wants safety. Safety feels like knowing, and knowing feels like finding proof of what you already believe. So you notice the email that validates your boss doesn't respect you. You miss the one where they asked your advice. You remember the date your friend was late. You forget the 17 times they showed up early. The human mind is a slot machine that pays out confirmation, and we keep pulling the lever. The trap deepens because feeding confirmation bias feels like clarity. It feels like you're getting smarter, not blinder. You're gathering evidence just selectively. And the more evidence you stack in one direction, the more your certainty grows, and the less willing you are to notice anything that might topple it. A single contradictory fact becomes a threat rather than information. The quietest damage happens when this bias touches relationships. You decide someone is unreliable, selfish, or jealous. Then every action gets filtered through that lens. Their lateness proves the diagnosis. Their success triggers it. Their silence confirms it. Meanwhile, they're living a different life than the one you've constructed from the pieces you chose to see. The story feels true because you built it brick by brick, each one a moment you remembered while forgetting all the ones that didn't fit. The self-fulfilling prophecy nudge. You walk into a room expecting people to dislike you. Your shoulders curve inward. You don't make eye contact. You speak less, laugh quieter, leave earlier. By the end of the night, nobody comes to talk to you and you think, see, I knew it, but you didn't know it. You built it. Your belief about how people see you doesn't stay locked in your head. It leaks out through posture, tone, the amount of space you take up. People read that language faster than words. If you broadcast uncertainty, they respond with distance. If you expect rejection, you become harder to approach. The prophecy doesn't predict the future. It manufactures it. The mechanics are invisible. You're not coldly deciding to withdraw, you're just being yourself. A student convinced they're bad at math studies differently. A person who thinks they're socially awkward talks differently. The belief changes the behavior that comes first, not the difficulty itself. One bad audition, one failed relationship, one rough day, and suddenly you own a story. You're not a person who had a bad experience. You're an auditioner who fails, a lover who can't keep people, a professional who doesn't belong. Every time you enter a room, that narrative is already waiting. The identity hardens. The way out isn't affirmations. It's noticing which prophecies you're actively living right now. Which beliefs about yourself are you making true through the smallest daily choices and the conversations you skip, the chances you don't take, the version of yourself you show the world? That awareness is where the spell begins to break. The Pygmalion expectation lift. A teacher looks at a child, really looks, and something shifts inside that child's chest. Not because of a compliment or a reward, because they felt believed in. And then, almost without trying, they become what that belief suggested they could be. This is not magical thinking. It is the Pygmalion effect, and it moves through institutions, families, and workplaces like a quiet current. You cannot see until it has already moved you. Here is what makes it dark. People are not aware it is happening to them. A boss assumes you are sharp, so you work harder. You speak up in meetings. Your ideas flow. The boss sees your effort and reinforces the belief. You climb. But somewhere else, another person gets a different glance, one that carries assumption, doubt, or indifference. They feel it. They pull back. They stop raising their hand. Their work stays smaller. No one is being cruel. The belief is just softer. The trap deepens because expectations become self-fulfilling. If a teacher expects a child to struggle, she calls on them less, gives them less time to answer, offers fewer follow-ups. The child learns to stay quiet. By year's end, they are quieter. The teacher nods, unsurprised. She was right all along. Nobody notices the loop. You are doing this to others right now, not on purpose, but when you assume someone is reliable, creative, or sharp, or when you assume they are slow, difficult, or not quite right for the role, you are subtly teaching them to be exactly that. Your expectation is a form of gravity. It bends their world. The golem expectation drag. In Jewish folklore, a golem is a creature animated by a single word written on its forehead. Remove the word, and it crumbles to dust. Your expectations work almost the same way. They animate other people's behavior in directions they didn't choose, and the weight builds so slowly that nobody notices until it's too late to step back. Here's how it starts. You decide someone is reliable, so you load them with tasks. You believe a friend is the strong one, so you call them first when the crisis hits. You assume your partner will handle the money, so you never bother learning how. The expectation becomes the animating word, and they become the golem. Moving in that direction, not because they want to, but because stepping out of the role feels like betrayal. To you and to themselves, they stay because leaving feels worse than staying. The drag deepens when they finally break. The reliable one burns out mid-week. The strong one admits they're terrified and ashamed. The partner loses access, and suddenly you're both drowning. You in resentment, them in decisions they were never ready for. Then the anger blooms. You're furious they failed you. They're furious you built them into a corner. Nobody pauses to ask who wrote the word in the first place. The quieter trap is that they often internalize it too. Over time, they don't just play the role. They believe they are the role. It becomes their identity, their worth, their entire sense of what they can be. Escaping means losing themselves, or losing you, or both. Before the next crisis lands, ask them what they actually want to carry, not what you think they should. The golem doesn't want to crumble. Neither does anyone else you love. The labeling identity graft. You know that moment when someone calls you shy and suddenly you feel yourself shrink a little, or they say you're the funny one, and the pressure to deliver a joke lands heavier than it should. That label dropped into the air like a seed doesn't just describe who you are, It plants itself and starts to grow roots. What's happening is far stranger than simple categorization. When someone gives you a label early and often, especially if they have authority or matter to you, your brain treats it less like an observation and more like a blueprint for how to behave. You start filtering your own actions through that frame. You act more like the label to match the image others already hold, which reinforces the label, which tightens the loop. The label becomes the cage, and you furnish it with your own hands. A child tagged as lazy stops trying because effort contradicts the story everyone believes. A teenager marked difficult finds it easier to lean into conflict than prove them wrong. The label promises clarity. What it delivers is confinement. Here's what cuts deepest. Dismantling a label you've worn for years feels like losing yourself, not finding yourself. You've built so much of your personality around it, your choices, your relationships, even the way you move through rooms. The label stopped being something they said and became something you defend. Pay close attention to what you're being called in passing by the people who matter. It shapes you more than you know. The nominal cause of action. You fight with your partner over dishes in the sink. You're furious. But here's what your mind doesn't want you to see. The dishes aren't really the problem. They're the yup excuse. Your body was already looking to release the anger it's been carrying all day. That is the nominal cause of action. The stated reason you blow up, which almost never matches the real one. Think about the last time you snapped at someone over something tiny. A co-worker's tone. A message left on read, a plan that fell through. In the moment, it felt enormous. But if you trace backward, you find the real fire started somewhere else. Rejection from last week, a creeping sense of invisibility, fear that nobody values you. The small incident was just the spark that found gasoline already pooling on the floor. This is where most people get trapped. They argue about the dishes. They defend their reaction to the co-worker's tone. They never touch the actual wound because it's too tender, too old, too much. So they stay locked in surface-level conflict, puzzled why nothing ever really gets solved. The real cause stays silent, keeps accumulating, and waits for the next nominal reason to use you. The way out isn't to ignore the dishes or excuse bad behavior. It's to learn to notice the gap between what you're fighting about and what you're actually fighting. That pause between the reaction and the story is where you take your power back. You stop being a puppet pulled by old hurt wearing a new disguise. Guilt as a leash. You know that feeling when someone says, "It's fine, don't worry about it," but the way they say it makes you understand it absolutely is not fine. That's guilt being wound tighter, not because you actually did something wrong, but because they've learned that your conscience works better than any lock. Their disappointment becomes your obligation. Guilt is useful when it's yours, when you break a promise and feel the sting. That sting teaches you something real. But borrowed guilt, the kind that lives in someone else's delivery, that becomes a tool. Someone can dangle a hurt they're experiencing, real or exaggerated, and watch you scramble to fix it. You'll keep paying for a debt you never agreed to owe. You'll reorganize your evening, your boundaries, your plans. All because staying in someone's bad favor feels worse than whatever you're giving up. The leash part comes down to predictability. Once someone understands that you carry responsibility for their emotions, they know exactly which nerve to touch. A disappointed sigh, a comment about how much you used to care. The phrase, "I guess I can just handle it alone." Suddenly you're moving again, even when you're tired, even when you've already given enough. The escape isn't numbness or cruelty. It's clarity. Notice when guilt is yours to carry and when it's someone else's weight placed on your shoulders. Feel the difference between I did something that hurt someone and someone is hurt and I'm responsible for fixing it. Those are not the same thing. One teaches, the other just tightens the rope. The moment you can spot that difference, the leash loosens. The martyr manipulation posture. Watch someone do a favour, then wait. Not long, maybe an hour, maybe a day, then they bring it up. Not angry, wounded. They sigh and mention what they gave up, how tired they are, how much it cost them. They're not asking for thanks. They're performing sacrifice, and you feel the weight of debt settle on your shoulders before you even realised you should feel grateful. This is the martyr posture, a posture because it's performed, not lived. The manipulator isn't actually upset about the effort. They're upset that you didn't spontaneously recognise their pain. So they make sure you see it. They broadcast the hardship, the sleeplessness, the cancelled plans. They catalogue their suffering like receipts you're supposed to feel. Real sacrifice is quiet. People who actually give something up often don't mention it. They don't need the mention to feel the sacrifice. They feel it already. The ones who keep bringing it up are usually fishing for recognition, control, or proof that you need them enough to carry guilt. Notice when someone's suffering becomes their introduction to you. That's the tell. The trap is how it rewires your guilt. You didn't ask them to do the thing. They chose to, but now their choice feels like your debt. You begin to walk on eggshells. Careful not to ask too much. Soon you're managing their emotions instead of them managing theirs. Break it by refusing to apologise for their choices. Say thank you once, genuinely, then move on. Don't echo their exhaustion back to them. Watch what happens when the performance stops getting an audience. Weaponized silence pressure. There's a particular kind of cruelty that happens in the space between two people when one of them stops talking on purpose. Not the silence of respect or thinking. The silence of withholding. The silence that's meant to make someone squirm. You've likely felt it. You say something vulnerable. The other person goes quiet. Not angry quiet, which would at least be honest, just absent. Their face neutral, their words gone. And suddenly you're scrambling to fill the void, to fix whatever you said, to make them respond again. The silence is the weapon. Your need to end it is the pressure. What makes this so lethal is that silence doesn't feel like an attack. It feels like withdrawal, like proof that you've done something wrong, that you've lost them, that you're being judged. Your brain reads abandonment into the absence. So you start talking faster, explaining more, apologising for things you didn't even do wrong, anything to bring them back. The person wielding the silence often doesn't even name what they want. They just wait. And waiting is its own kind of control. It doesn't require words or logic or engagement. It just requires them to stay still while you burn. The trap is that you're trained to believe silence means something is broken, so you keep reaching. The person stays quiet, and the pressure builds inside you like steam in a locked room. Over time, you start accepting smaller and smaller crumbs of attention, just to escape the weight of their quiet. You learn to fear their silence more than you value your own voice. The strategic pause, discomfort. You're in a conversation. Someone asks you a question and instead of answering right away, you go quiet. Not for a second, for 3, 4, 5. The silence stretches. They shift their weight. Look away. The jaw tightens slightly. And you haven't even said anything yet, but something in the room has fundamentally changed. Most people hate sitting in that gap. We're wired to fill silence. A pause feels like a mistake, like you failed to keep the social machinery running. So you rush in with something, anything, just to make the discomfort stop. You interrupt yourself. You agree too quickly. You volunteer information you didn't mean to share. Your nervous system screams that the quiet is wrong. Here's what's actually happening. When you pause, the other person's anxiety rises. Their brain spins stories to fill the void, stories about what you're thinking, whether you're judging them, whether you're about to say something brutal. And in that spinning, they convince themselves to talk more, to explain, to justify. They hand you information they never planned to give, all because you refused to fill the gap. The real skill is learning to sit with your own discomfort long enough to let theirs do the work. Negotiators know this. Therapists know this. Salespeople in high-stakes deals know this. Most of us don't, because silence feels like failure when you're the one holding it. Try it somewhere low stakes first. Ask someone what they really want. Then count to 5 before responding. Don't fill the space. Let it breathe. Watch how much they say to shrink that silence. Watch how much more honest they become. That gap is where the real conversation lives. The Stonewall withdrawal punishment. You lean in to talk about something that matters. The other person goes silent, not angry, quiet, just gone. They are present in the room but absent from you. Minutes stretch. You fill the silence with apologies, explanations, pleas for them to come back. And with each word you offer, they retreat further into that cold, unreachable place. This is stonewalling. It feels like punishment because it is. The withdrawer has found the most effective way to win an argument without fighting. They refuse to engage at all. They vanish emotionally while staying physically there, sending a clear message: you are not worth talking to. The person left behind scrambles, apologizes for things they didn't do, begs for scraps of acknowledgement just to make the cold stop. What makes it so brutal is the asymmetry. The stonewaller controls the relationship's temperature by controlling their presence. They don't have to explain, defend, or work through conflict. They simply withdraw, and you are left holding all the anxiety, all the desperate words, all the need for resolution. It becomes psychological hostage-taking, your comfort held ransom by their silence. The real trap is what happens next. After enough cycles, you learn to fear conflict itself, because conflict now means abandonment. You become smaller, quieter, more careful. You stop asking for things and apologize before you've even spoken. The stonewaller, having won through withdrawal, never has to change or listen or meet you halfway. The relationship hardens into one person chasing and one person running, and the person running feels powerful, when really they have simply learned that silence works better than any argument ever could. Intermittent reward addiction. You pull out your phone. You don't expect anything. You scroll anyway. Sometimes a notification glows. Sometimes your feed is dead. Your thumb doesn't care which one lands. It keeps moving, keeps swiping, keeps hoping. That wild card in the outcome is the entire engine. Slot machines understood this 50 years ago. Not a steady payoff. Those would get boring. A variable reward at random intervals. Sometimes you win 3 times fast. Sometimes nothing for minutes. Your brain doesn't learn to predict. It learns to keep going because the next pull might be the one. The uncertainty becomes the drug. Your texts works the same way. You send a message to someone you like and wait. Sometimes they reply instantly. Sometimes hours pass. Sometimes they never answer. You know that ratio somewhere in your bones, but not consciously. So you keep the app open. You keep checking, not because you expect it, because you don't expect it, and that's worse. The trap deepens the longer you stay inside it. Your tolerance for waiting grows thicker. You need longer intervals to feel that same pull of anticipation. The machine doesn't have to pay out more. It just has to make you less sure when it will. That's how casual scrolling becomes the last thing you do before sleep, the first thing after waking. You're not addicted to reward. You're addicted to not knowing. And that not knowing is now wired into your night. Here's the quiet move. Notice when you're reaching, not to break the habit, just to see it. The moment you see the reach, the uncertainty loses a tiny bit of its grip. You won't stop scrolling tonight, but tomorrow night you might pause just long enough to ask yourself what you're actually looking for. The variable ratio hook. Slot machines don't reward you every time. Pull the lever 5 times, nothing. 3 cherries in a row, then 20 more pulls with your hands empty. That unpredictability is the entire design, and your brain is built to chase it. You don't crave rewards on a schedule. You crave them randomly, endlessly, with no pattern to predict. This isn't a glitch in how you think. It's how every human nervous system works. Check your phone right now. You don't open it because you know a message waits there. You open it because you might find one. That uncertainty is stronger than certainty ever will be. A text every hour at 9 a.m. would bore you half to death. But notifications scattered through the day without rhythm, your hand moves before your mind registers anything. The pull is automatic. Variable ratio scheduling hooks casinos, social media, email, episode binges, anywhere the reward stays unpredictable and just out of rhythm. The reward doesn't need to be massive. It just needs to arrive when you least expect it, when your guard is lowest. That's the whole machinery. Here's what makes it darker. Understanding the mechanism doesn't stop the pull. Your brain runs older code than your conscious mind does. The reptile part of you doesn't care that you know the trick intellectually. The itch still fires the same neurons, the same hunger. Willpower won't save you here. Delete the app. Log out every single time. Put your phone in another room. You cannot reason your way out of a neural pathway built to override reason. But you can add friction. You can make the pull require deliberate action instead of muscle memory. That small delay, that's where you steal back control. Breadcrumbing false hope. You know that person who texts you at 2 a.m. after months of silence, a single heart emoji, nothing else. And suddenly your whole nervous system wakes up. Your mind is already writing the comeback story. Maybe they've been thinking about you. Maybe this time is different. Then nothing. Radio silence for another 6 weeks. That microdose of attention is the whole game. It's not enough to build anything real, but it's exactly enough to keep hope alive in the dark. Breadcrumbing works because it hijacks your brain's prediction engine. Your mind would rather chase an intermittent signal than accept a clean no. Clean rejection hurts once. Breadcrumbs hurt every single day. The crumb giver isn't always conscious of what they're doing. Sometimes they're just bored, or they want to feel wanted without the work. But the effect is the same. They become a recurring thought you can't quite metabolize. You check your phone before bed. You notice when they're active online. Here's the trap. Your brain learns to interpret scraps as promise. A viewed story, a liked photo 3 months old, a sudden text about something trivial, all of it gets filed under they care. Your nervous system stays half awake, half hoping, never quite settling into peace or closure. If someone needs months between interactions to remember you exist, they are not breadcrumbing you by accident. The next time you feel that small rush of hope from a small signal, ask yourself, would I accept this as love if it was all I got forever? If the answer is no, the crumb is not food. It's bait. The future faking promise. Someone tells you they're going to change. Next week they'll be different. Next month, they're planning this whole trip with you. Next year, they'll finally be ready for commitment. You feel the pull of it, the relief of believing them. And then time passes, and nothing shifts. The promises dissolve like they were never made. Future faking is the art of painting a tomorrow that never arrives. It's not always a lie someone consciously tells. Sometimes they almost believe it themselves in the moment, but the effect is the same. You stop asking for change today because you've already accepted the version of them that exists in 3 months. You soften your boundaries because of a future that's being held out like a carrot. What makes it sticky is that it feels like proof of care. They're thinking about you. They're making plans. They see a shared future. But caring about a future and actually building one are different creatures. The promise lives in language. The change lives in behavior. The trap is becoming so invested in the promised version that you stop noticing the present one. You negotiate with yourself. You lower your expectations. You find reasons why now isn't the right time to push back. And they get to keep you around, still hopeful, still waiting. What matters is not what someone says they'll do in 6 months. It's what they do today with the problems that exist right now. If they can't change behavior on a small, immediate thing, the big promises about tomorrow are just words used to buy time. Love, bombing, overwhelm. You meet someone and within 3 days they have already told you they love you. Gifts arrive. Messages pour in at odd hours. They reorganize their entire schedule around you. It feels like being chosen by the universe. Most people don't experience this kind of attention. So the part of you that's been waiting for proof that you matter lights up completely. What's actually happening is intensity masquerading as intimacy. Love bombing works because it floods your nervous system with dopamine and safety signals before you've had time to gather any information about who this person actually is. Your guard drops not because you're foolish, but because your brain is literally swimming in the neurochemistry of being desired. The overwhelm is the point. It's designed to bypass the thinking part of you. Real closeness develops slowly, in small moments. Someone who truly sees you shows up consistently, not frantically. They reveal themselves gradually and let you do the same. But the love bomber needs to lock you in fast. Before the real version of them becomes visible, the intensity always burns out. What follows is either withdrawal, sudden distance and coldness, like a switch, or escalation into control, jealousy, and isolation. The person who felt like your soulmate becomes someone you no longer recognize. If you're currently swimming in that dopamine fog, trust the creeping discomfort if it appears. That small voice asking why someone is moving this fast? That's not your doubt. That's your instinct talking. The sustainable kind of love doesn't need to prove itself in 72 hours. The devaluation whiplash. A few weeks ago, you were brilliant, rare. Now you're careless, boring, same person, but rewritten as evidence of their mistake. That violent shift happens in the human brain faster than reason can catch up, and it's called devaluation. Not the slow drift of falling out of love, the switch, the flip, the moment someone decides you were never what they thought. The whiplash hits because your mind cannot hold two truths at once. I was loved. I am now abandoned. Both feel true because both were true, just at different moments. But when the change is sudden, you start tampering with the past. Maybe you were never really special. Maybe you were always careless. Your memory rewrites itself, trying to make the new reality feel less like betrayal and more like inevitable discovery. This lives everywhere. Toxic relationships, yes, but also cults, friendships, your own career after burnout. Someone puts you on a pedestal. You feel genuinely seen. Then something shifts. You disappoint them, or they need a villain now, or their hunger for you simply expired. Instead of lowering their expectation, they lower you. You become proof they were right to distrust in the first place. The trap is that you start to believe it too. You carry the rewritten version forward, convinced that the version they once loved was the delusion. But here's what keeps you awake. Not the rejection itself, but the violation of being rewritten by someone who claimed to know you. You were both versions. Neither was the trick. The person who loved you wasn't lying. They were just temporary. And that temporary truth doesn't make the present less real. The idealized discard cycle. You know the feeling. Someone new walks into your life and suddenly everything about them is luminous. Their flaws vanish. Their quirks become endearing. They text you at midnight and you feel chosen, seen, like you finally found the person who gets it. Then without warning, the light switches off. That same person becomes a mirror of every disappointment you've ever felt. Their lateness is disrespect. Their independence is neglect. What changed? Almost nothing. Your brain flipped. This is the idealized discard cycle, and it runs on a simple engine. You project your hunger onto another person, not who they are, who you need them to be. When they're new, your brain fills in blanks with fantasy. The real human hasn't contradicted the story yet. But humans always do. They get tired, they disagree, they fail to read your mind. The moment they do, the projection shatters. The cruelty of this pattern is that it feels like betrayal, like they became someone else. But they didn't. You saw a movie, not a person. And when the movie ended, you blamed the screen. The person on the other side never stood a chance because they weren't competing with reality. They were competing with your loneliness, your hunger, your hope that someone else could fix the quiet parts inside you. Only you can fix those parts. Watch for the moment when someone starts to feel like salvation instead of a human. That's your signal to pause and ask, who am I actually talking to here? The answer will tell you everything about whether this is love or just a hunger looking for a body to fill it. Gaslighting reality erosion. You remember saying something. Your partner says you didn't. You remember feeling hurt by their words. They insist they never said them. Over time, you stop trusting your own memory. Not because they're right, but because you've heard the denial so many times that doubt creeps in like fog. This is the slow work of gaslighting, and it doesn't always look like yelling or obvious cruelty. Sometimes it whispers. The trick is repetition without drama. Someone contradicts your account of something small, a conversation, a promise, what you wore last Tuesday. Alone, it means nothing. But layered over months, the effect is surgical. You start second-guessing yourself before they even argue. You preempt the denial by doubting your own story first. Your brain learns, my memory is unreliable. My perception is faulty. Maybe I'm the problem here. What makes this particularly dark is that the person doing it doesn't always know they're doing it. Sometimes it's deliberate manipulation, a calculated move to keep you off balance. Sometimes it's someone so certain of their own version that they genuinely can't see yours, and their certainty becomes your confusion. Either way, the result is identical. You float untethered from your own reality. The exit is harder than spotting the pattern, because by the time you notice, you've already internalized the message that you can't trust yourself. So write things down. Keep receipts. Talk to people outside the dynamic. Listen for the moment someone would rather you doubt yourself than admit they heard you. That moment is when you know it's time to leave. The counter-truth insistence. There is a moment in almost every conversation when someone digs in harder the more evidence arrives against them. You show them a fact. They don't argue the fact. They argue why the fact is wrong or misleading or part of a conspiracy. And the more you push, the more certain they become. This is the counter-truth insistence. Not a simple disagreement, but a commitment that grows stronger when reality shows up to contradict it. What's happening in the brain is a small apocalypse. When new information threatens a core belief, especially one tied to identity or survival, the mind doesn't recalculate. It doubles down. Psychologists call this backfire effect, and it's not weakness or stupidity. It's a defense mechanism that feels like truth-seeking. The person isn't lying to you, they are lying to themselves with total sincerity. You've watched this in politics, in families, in offices. Someone makes a prediction. It doesn't happen. Instead of updating, they add new layers to why they were right all along. The prediction was sabotaged. The data was manipulated. The timeline was misunderstood. Each new explanation feels like evidence, not like avoiding the mirror. The real grip it has on you is this. The harder you argue against a counter-truth, the more real it becomes in that person's mind. You are proving how threatened they should be. Resistance becomes evidence. So what shifts it? Not facts, not argument, only time and a person choosing to step away from the identity they've built around being right. That choice almost never comes from pressure. It comes from permission to be wrong without losing everything. Memory distortion seeding. A researcher shows you a video of a car accident. The car runs a red light and hits another vehicle. Simple, clear. Then later she asks, "Did you see the car run the stop sign?" Your brain doesn't correct her. It reaches for the image of a stop sign that was never there. By the time you realize the mistake, the false detail is already woven into your memory like it was always part of the original scene. This is seeding. Memory isn't a vault you open and check. It's a collaborative conversation. New information doesn't just sit beside old information. It rewrites it. A leading question, a suggestion from someone you trust, a detail mentioned in passing, an image seen later. These are all seeds. Plant them early enough and the person will grow a memory they are absolutely certain is real. The creeping danger is confidence. The person who remembers the stop sign isn't lying. They aren't confused. They are remembering the thing they constructed after being seeded, not the thing they actually saw. Their certainty is complete and sincere. A jury foreman who swears they recall details from a suggestive interview. A parent who remembers an event the way their partner described it, not the way it happened. The trap is that you cannot feel the moment of distortion happening. The past rewrites itself quietly in the background while you sleep or talk or simply move on to the next thing. So the next time someone asks you about something you remember clearly, ask yourself first, am I remembering the event or am I remembering the telling of it? The trickle, truth, drip. Someone asks you a direct question and you feel the weight of it. That moment where you could tell them everything or give them just enough to satisfy them. Most people choose the middle ground. Not a lie, exactly. A carefully measured truth released in tiny pieces, each one smaller than the last. The faucet stays mostly closed. Watch how this plays out. A partner asks if something bothered you. You say no, it's fine. 3 days later, after they ask again, you mention it was a little thing. By the 5th conversation, they finally hear the whole picture. And by then, they're confused about why you didn't just say it at the start. They think you were hiding something. You were. Just not what they thought. The mechanism is beautifully simple. You release only what clears the immediate question. then wait. Each admission meets the minimum threshold of honesty at that moment. You are never technically lying. You're just releasing information like water from a tap, one drop at a time, watching to see how much pressure builds before you turn it slightly higher. The other person adjusts to each new piece and asks the next question, moving closer without you ever jumping ahead. This pattern lives everywhere. Confessions, apologies, workplace disclosures, family dinners, therapy sessions. Someone admits they made a mistake, but only the mistake you already suspect. Later, you find out there were others. The real damage settles in, not because of what was said, but because of what was withheld. By the time the full story comes out, trust has already shifted. Not from the secret itself, but from the slow, careful way it was parcelled out. And here's the trap. The person doing the trickling often believes they're being kind, easing the blow, protecting feelings. They don't see how each small revelation reads as another small betrayal, Darvo defense reversal. Have you ever watched someone go quiet after you name what they've done, then suddenly come back swinging with something you did wrong? You say you felt hurt, and they say you're being selfish. You had a boundary, and now you're the bad guy. This is Darvo. Deny, attack, reverse victim, and offender. And it's a masterclass in psychological sleight of hand. Here's how it unfolds in real time. First, they deny it happened at all. Not a "I disagree," a flat that never occurred. Then they attack your character. You're too sensitive, too needy. You twist everything. Finally, they flip the whole frame. They are the real victim here, wronged by your accusation, hurt by your doubt. In under 60 seconds, the room has turned completely. The trap for you is that your brain wants to defend itself. You start proving the thing actually happened. You gather evidence. You explain your hurt again. You try to find the magic words that will make them hear you. But that is exactly where they want you, fighting about whether the original thing was real, instead of walking away from someone who does this to you. What makes Darvo stick is that it has just enough emotional truth in it. Maybe you did handle something badly. Maybe you were short with them before they hurt you. That grain of truth becomes the anchor, and suddenly your legitimate complaint looks like a selfish pile-on. The only move that works: name it once, then stop. Don't defend. Don't explain. Step away. The reversal only catches people who stay and keep talking, who believe one more explanation will finally break through. It won't. Projection blame transfer. Someone gets angry at you for something they literally just did. It stings. It feels random. But underneath that sting is a pattern so consistent you start to recognize it everywhere once you know what to look for. Projection, blame, transfer happens when someone spots a flaw in themselves, feels the weight of it, and instead of sitting with that discomfort, they flip the mirror around and accuse you of exactly that thing. A partner who cheats accuses you of unfaithfulness. A friend who gossips warns you that you talk too much. A parent wrestling with their own habits lectures you sternly about yours. The accusation lands hard because it contains a real problem, just not the one they think, and the mechanism is elegant and brutal at once. Self-awareness is painful, shame is painful, so the mind takes a shortcut. Exile the unwanted part of yourself, find it living in someone else, and attack it there. Now the problem exists outside your body. Now you get to be the hero spotting danger instead of the flawed person who carries it. The trap is thinking clarity will fix it if you just explain yourself clearly enough. They will see the truth, but projection does not respond to logic. It responds to their need to stay comfortable with themselves. So the most stubborn move is actually the simplest. Stop defending yourself against their mirror. Believe what you know about yourself. Let them believe what they need to believe. Walk steadily away from the noise. Your truth does not need their permission to exist. The victim signal deflection. Watch what happens the moment someone gets caught doing something wrong. The instinct is almost never a clean apology. Instead, the spotlight swings. Suddenly they are telling you how hard their life is, how stressed they were, how nobody understands what they are going through. The harm they caused becomes background noise to their own suffering. This is victim signal deflection, and it works because we are all wired to respond to pain. When someone tells you they are struggling, your nervous system pays attention. Compassion arrives without permission. A friend cancels on you repeatedly. When you finally name it, they unload about their anxiety and depression. Now you are comforting them. A partner breaks a promise. They explain how overwhelmed they have been at work. You end up reassuring them instead of being heard. The person who caused harm stays untouched, and the person who was hurt becomes the emotional labourer. The trap is that victim signals are often true. They were stressed. They were struggling. That truth makes the deflection nearly invisible. You cannot point it out without sounding cruel. So the deflection works not because it is a lie, but because it is a real pain that arrives at exactly the right moment to erase the first injury. The move that matters. Compassion and accountability are not enemies. You can hold both. I hear you are having a hard time, and I still need to talk about how this affected me. That sentence is kind, clear, and it does not rotate the spotlight. It is the difference between empathy and being used. Triangulation, jealousy, engineering. There's a moment when someone you're with suddenly becomes more interested in what a third person thinks of them than what you think. That shift, that's the hinge. Triangulation is when manipulation stops being about just you and them, and someone drags a third party into the dance. Not always on purpose, but often deliberate. And jealousy is the fuel that makes the whole engine run. Here's how it works in real time. Your partner mentions an ex had better taste in restaurants. Your partner glows a little brighter when a friend texts during dinner, or they laugh about how their boss found their joke hilarious at a meeting you missed. None of these are accidents. The triangulated person, that's you, feels the shift immediately. You feel small, you feel competing. And competing means you start trying harder, proving more, showing off what you have or can do. The trap is that jealousy makes you predictable. Once someone knows that mentioning another person's attention makes you scramble, they have a button. They can press it whenever they need you to prove something, to chase, to work. The jealousy keeps you from asking direct questions. It keeps you from saying, I notice you do this, because saying it makes you sound needy or insecure. So you stay quiet and compete instead. The only way out is to recognize the triangle the moment it forms. When you feel that twinge of comparison, that's your signal. Name it to yourself first, then to them if the relationship is real. I notice I'm being compared here. That breaks the spell. The manufactured rival. There's a person at work, or maybe in your friend group, who makes your skin crawl. Every word they say feels like a dig. You assume they're plotting against you, laughing when you mess up. What if your mind built them from scraps of misread moments and then locked you into defending against a ghost? This happens constantly. Someone disagrees with you once, and your brain flags them as an opponent. They get promoted. Now they're a threat. They mention something you did poorly, and suddenly that comment rewrites itself as mockery every time you remember it. Your mind doesn't just notice rivals. It manufactures them, then collects evidence to prove they're real. Confirmation bias does the heavy lifting, and you become the eager prosecutor. The trap deepens because once you've cast someone in the villain role, every neutral action gets filtered through that lens. They're quiet, they're coldly plotting, they're friendly, they're manipulating you. Your narrative becomes fortress-like because you'll twist anything to fit it. The longer you hold that story, the more real the rivalry feels, even if it only exists in the space between what they did and what you decided it meant. Next time you catch yourself rehearsing a conflict with someone, pause and ask, what did they actually say or do? Not what it meant, not what it implies about them. What is the raw, boring action? Strip away the intention you assigned. You might find the rival was never your opponent at all, just someone tired or careless or living in their own head, just someone trying to get through their own day. The flying monkey proxy attack. There is a person in your life who dislikes you, but instead of confronting you, they send someone else. They plant a seed with a mutual friend, a family member, a co-worker, someone you trust. The real aggressor stays hidden while their proxy delivers the message. That is the flying monkey proxy attack, borrowed from Wizard of Oz, where the wicked witch stayed safe while her creatures did the dirty work. You see this most in workplace politics and family rifts. Someone gets hurt by you, real or imagined, and suddenly a third party mentions something damaging. They seem to be just passing along information. They sound casual, almost innocent. But the timing is never accidental. The message was seeded. The proxy was chosen because you would listen to them, would believe them, would doubt yourself, because the warning came from someone you respect. The brilliance of this tactic is the plausible deniability. The original actor never says a word. If you confront them, they can smile and say they had nothing to do with it. The proxy believes they were helping. You are left wondering if you are paranoid, if the threat is real, if you should apologize. Meanwhile, the real aggressor watches the chaos unfold from a distance. What sharpens the sting is that it works best when you are already vulnerable, after a mistake, during self-doubt, when you are new to a group. Notice who benefits when you feel bad about yourself. That person is often the one who orchestrated the doubt in the first place. Smear campaign preemption. There's a moment before a scandal breaks when the person at risk goes very quiet. Not from shame, from strategy. They're doing something almost invisible. They're poisoning the well before anyone else can drink from it. They're telling allies a dark story about themselves first, twisted just enough to control the narrative before it gets out of their hands. This is preemption. You confess to a smaller sin before a larger one can be weaponized against you. The confessor becomes the narrator. Yes, I made mistakes with money back then, they say softly to key people. Then when the real audit surfaces, the story is already lodged in minds. It becomes more of the same instead of shocking betrayal. People nod along, the edge goes flat. Watch it in offices, relationships, public figures. Someone whispers their own dirt to friends before enemies can shout it. The preemptive confession usually contains truth, but it's calibrated. The shame is performed just right, vulnerable enough to seem honest, strategic enough to inoculate them against the worse version. The trap is that preemption works, so people who use it once tend to use it again. They learn that controlling the narrative beats being controlled by it. After a while, they stop waiting for threats. They start inventing small crises to manage larger ones. The person becomes a master of calculated self-harm, and by then you've stopped believing anything they confess, even when it's real. If you see this happening in your orbit, notice what's actually true versus what's being staged for sympathy. The real skill isn't in the confession, it's in knowing exactly what you're leaving out. The Hoover, suck back. You break up. 3 weeks pass. Radio silence. Then at 11 p.m. on a Tuesday, a message lands. I miss you. I was wrong. Your chest tightens. Suddenly you're remembering only the good parts. The laugh. The way they knew your order. The feeling of being wanted. The bad parts feel smaller now. Softer. Almost optional. You're rewriting the story in real time, and you didn't even know you were doing it. This is called the Hoover, named after the vacuum cleaner, because it sucks you right back in. And it works because you're already primed. You've done the emotional labour of moving on. Your nervous system has settled. You've started investing energy elsewhere. You built a small wall between then and now. Then the Hoover arrives, and that entire architecture of closure rewrites itself. Maybe they've changed. Maybe you were too hard on what happened. Maybe this time actually is different. What makes it particularly sticky is that it often isn't some cold, calculated scheme. They genuinely feel the pull too. Absence reshapes memory, theirs and yours. The space between you makes everything softer. But here's what actually matters. The Hoover works because you want it to work. You want to believe the story where everything clicks into place. You want the ending where you were right to love them. That desire is real. And it's exactly what gets leveraged, whether intentionally or not. Next time you feel that surge of contact after weeks of nothing, sit with it for a full day before you respond. Let the dopamine settle. Let the rewrite slow down. Ask yourself not whether they've changed, but whether the conditions that made you leave have actually shifted. That pause won't feel good. It'll feel like you're choosing loneliness, but it might save you from rewriting your own story again. Playing the pity card? You've seen it happen in real time. Someone tells you a hard story and suddenly their bad behaviour feels forgivable. Not because the story excuses anything, but because your nervous system just shifted. Sympathy is a light switch. Flip it and judgment goes dim. Pity is a tool, and some people wield it like they've studied the craft for years. They lead with the wound, not the apology. They mention the divorce, the illness, the rough childhood, not to process it with you, but to create a buffer between their actions and your response. You're now holding their pain instead of their accountability. The mechanism is almost elegant. Your brain is wired to soften around suffering. It's ancient and adaptive, but that same wiring can be hijacked. When someone plays the pity card repeatedly, when hardship becomes their opening move in every conflict, you're watching someone who has learned that emotional vulnerability can be weaponized. What makes this particularly sticky is that real pain and manipulation are not mutually exclusive. Someone can be genuinely hurting and still using that hurt to avoid consequences. Both things are true at once. You can feel compassion and still notice the pattern forming. The move that keeps you sane is simple. Feel the empathy, but don't let it short-circuit your clarity. If someone's suffering is always the reason they can't change, the reason you should absorb their behaviour, that's not vulnerability. That's a closed loop. Compassion without boundaries teaches people that pain is a permanent hall pass. The wounded ego bait. Watch someone's face when you suggest they made a mistake. Not a big one, just small enough to notice. Their eyes narrow for half a second. Their voice gets tighter. In that moment, their ego just screamed. And if you know how to touch that nerve, you can steer them almost anywhere. The wounded ego bait works because most people are running on a low-level hum of self-doubt. Not conscious, just there, like a small engine humming underneath everything. A comment about their intelligence, their appearance, their competence, their taste. It finds that hum and cranks it up. Now they are not thinking clearly. Now they are thinking about themselves, and hurt people make reactive choices. Here is the cruel part. The person using the bait does not even have to be right. A boss who says, "I would have handled that differently," plants doubt. A rival who questions your judgment in front of others makes you want to prove something. A partner who raises an eyebrow at your choice creates a tiny knot in your chest. They don't need evidence. The wound is the point. The person caught in it becomes the architect of their own worst decision. They double down on the wrong choice to defend it. They rush a project to prove their competence. They lash out at someone safe to regain control. The bait works backward. It uses your self-protection instinct against you. Next time you feel that small sting of ego, notice it, name it. That pause is the only moment you get to step off the hook, negging the confidence chip. You walk into a room feeling solid. Maybe your presentation landed well, or you dressed with actual intention, or someone said something kind. Then someone, it's always someone, delivers a comment so small it barely registers. "You look tired today." "Wow, you're usually better at this." That's a bold choice. The comment lands like a pebble in your shoe during a long hike. It doesn't matter much, but you cannot stop feeling it. What just happened is negging in its most refined form. Not an obvious insult, not criticism dressed as concern. It's a micro withdrawal from your confidence account, so calculated, so plausibly deniable that you cannot even be sure you should feel wounded by it. The person who threw it can smile and say they were joking. Part of you wonders if you're being too sensitive. Negging works because it exploits doubt. We are not confident monoliths. Confidence is a frequency, and on any given day you vibrate somewhere in its range. When someone introduces a small contradiction between how you felt about yourself and how they just reflected you back, your mind rushes to reconcile it, usually by lowering your estimate of yourself. The person doing this has learned something crucial. Attack the margin, not the center. Attack when you're tired. Attack in front of others, so shame keeps you from pushing back. The smallest wounds fester longest because we cannot even prove they were meant to cut. Next time a comment stings just enough to make you question yourself, pause and notice what's happening. Are you lowering your estimate of yourself right now? If so, why? That micro moment of awareness is where the negging loses its charge. The backhanded compliment barb. Someone tells you, "You look so much better since you lost weight," or "I love how confident you are despite your background." On the surface, it sounds like praise. But something in your chest tightens. You know something sharp just landed dressed up as kindness. The backhanded compliment works because it operates in shadow. It contains one genuine observation nested inside a hidden insult. The genius of it, if you call it out, the person can retreat. "I was just giving you a compliment." If you let it pass, it settles into your bones like a splinter. What makes this so insidious is that it plants two messages at once. The stated one, "You improved, you're admirable." The unstated one, "You used to be worse, you shouldn't have been confident, something about you wasn't right before." Your brain catches both. Most people feel it, even if they can't name it. The person delivering it might not even realize they're doing it. Sometimes it's conscious cruelty dressed as niceness. Sometimes it's someone's own wounds leaking out. Their mother made them feel ashamed. So now they hand that shame to others while smiling. Either way, it lands the same. Here's what matters. That tight feeling in your chest isn't you being oversensitive. Your nervous system is reading the hidden message just fine. When someone says something that makes you feel both complimented and diminished at the same time, that's the moment to pause and name it. not for them, but for yourself. You already know what you heard. Trusting that instinct is the real armour. The concern troll frame. You know the type. They're in your life somewhere, maybe scrolling next to you online, maybe across the table at work, and they've mastered this particular dance. They worry about you. They ask hard questions. They question your judgment with a tone so soft it sounds almost protective. And somehow, after you talk to them, you feel smaller, less certain. Like maybe you're the unreasonable one for wanting to move forward at all. The concern troll doesn't attack your idea head on. Instead, they frame their skepticism as care. I'm just saying, are you sure that's wise? Or, I care about you, so I have to ask, isn't that risky? The mechanism is surgically clean. They undermine you while wrapping it in concern. Push back and you're defensive. Defend yourself and you're insecure. The frame locks tight either way, and you've already lost before you knew you were playing. What makes it stick is misdirection. Your mind burns energy on, do they actually care about me? When the real question is this sound advice or just doubt dressed as kindness? They've shifted the conversation away from your goal and into your feelings about their motives. You become the subject. Your certainty becomes the thing being scrutinized instead of the plan itself. The move that stops it. Separate the statement from the delivery. Ask what they actually said versus the frame around it. I'm worried this might fail is honest concern. I'm worried because I care and I see real risks is something else entirely. One stands alone as an idea. The other uses relationship as leverage. Learn that distinction and you pull the stage right out from under them. Sea lioning fatigue tactics. There's a creature in debate spaces that looks innocent but drains everything around it. It's called sea lioning, and it works by asking reasonable questions. So many of them that you eventually collapse from the weight of answering. The tactic isn't new, it's just gotten faster. A single person with bottomless time can exhaust a room of people who have lives outside the argument. Here's how it happens in real time. Someone makes a point about something that matters. An account, or sometimes a real person, shows up asking for just one source, or can you explain that more carefully? Each request sounds fair. Each one takes energy to answer. But the asker never reaches satisfaction. They ask clarification on your clarification, demand a source for your source, want you to define every word. You are not having a conversation. You are being used as a fuel source. The fatigue is the point, not the information. They want you tired enough to quit. In group settings, Twitter, comment sections, forums, it's often not even malice. It's structural. One person with infinite patience can hold 10 people hostage because answering feels like responsibility, like being fair, like not being the person who gave up on dialogue. The move is sharp. You don't have to answer every question. You don't have to prove your reasonableness to someone playing a game designed to exhaust you. Setting a boundary isn't rudeness. It's recognizing the difference between someone asking in good faith and someone asking to win. One conversation ends when both people care about truth. The other never ends. The just asking questions cover. You hear it constantly now. I'm just asking questions. Someone posts a dark insinuation about a public figure, a company, a group. Push back, and they retreat into that shield. Not a claim, not an allegation, just curiosity. It's weaponized intellectual humility, the perfect rhetorical escape hatch. By framing a loaded suggestion as a question, the speaker introduces a narrative without defending it. The burden of proof flips backward onto you. You become the one who has to prove something didn't happen, which is nearly impossible. Meanwhile, the insinuation has already taken root in the listener's mind. The seed was planted. The questioner walks away with clean hands. Watch what happens in your own brain. When someone asks, "Isn't it strange that X happened right after Y?" You don't just hear a question, you start building connections. Your mind fills in the causal story, even if it's fragile. The questioner never claimed conspiracy. They just made you curious about one. And curiosity feels like discovery, not manipulation. The real damage multiplies in groups. In a chat, a forum, a comment thread, just asking questions becomes a permission structure. Others start asking their own loaded questions. The pile grows. What began as plausible deniability becomes a narrative consensus. Nobody lied. Nobody claimed anything, but the group walked out believing something new anyway. Next time you hear it, pause and ask yourself, could this question be rephrased as a statement without losing its actual meaning? If yes, then nobody was ever just asking. They were installing a belief system, one careful question at a time, betting you wouldn't catch the sleight of hand. Moving the goalposts endlessly, you finally lose £20. Your partner says, "Great, now let's get serious about the gym." You land the job you wanted for years. The hiring manager mentions the next promotion is always open, waiting. You finish the project on time. Suddenly the scope shifts. This is the goalpost game, and it runs quieter than you'd think. The pattern works because it's rarely malicious at first. Someone just wants better, or progress, or more. But when the finish line keeps moving, your effort stops meaning anything. You can't win a game where winning is impossible by design. And the person moving the posts often doesn't see themselves as cruel. They see themselves as ambitious, driven, unable to settle. That's the trick. This happens in relationships, at work, in self-criticism. You meet a standard, and instead of resting, you're already chasing the next one. The exhaustion isn't from the goals themselves. It's from the deal changing every time you get close. No moment of arrival, no rest, just perpetual almost. The quietest version happens inside your own head. You achieve something, and the internal voice says, "But that was easy. Anyone could do that." Or, "That doesn't count until you do the harder thing." You're teaching yourself that arrival is never real, that enough is always somewhere ahead. Watch for it in others first. Notice when someone moves the posts on you, then on themselves. The healthier move is small. Name it. If I hit this, can we actually celebrate it? That question alone can shift the whole dynamic. Not with force, just with clarity. A finish line that stays put is how trust actually grows. The Kafka trap accusation. You deny something you didn't do, and suddenly your denial becomes the proof. The harder you push back, the deeper the hole gets. That's the Kafka trap. A closed loop where innocence and guilt look identical to the person holding the keys. A parent tells a child, "You're being defensive," after the child denies wrongdoing. The denial itself transforms into evidence of the lie. A partner says, "You're getting angry," which means you know what you did, even though you're angry because you're being accused. A boss tells you your silence looks like admission, then your response looks like you're hiding something. You cannot win. Every move you make feeds the narrative against you. The trap hijacks language itself. It doesn't argue your case on facts. It rewrites what your reactions mean. Confusion becomes guilt. Frustration becomes guilt. Even calm acceptance becomes suspicious. The accuser becomes the sole interpreter of reality, and you're locked out of the conversation entirely. What makes this dark is that it thrives in close relationships where trust already wears thin. A partner uses it, and you start doubting your own memory. A boss deploys it, and defending yourself begins to feel dangerous. The trap doesn't require evidence. It requires only that the accuser never move from their position. If you feel this happening, if every response fuels the accusation rather than resolving it, step sideways. Stop trying to convince the person holding the trap. Name it to yourself. Write things down. Find someone outside the loop who can reality check with you. The moment you stop seeking their approval of your innocence is the moment this weapon loses its power. The Mott and Bailey swap? You make a claim. Someone challenges it hard, and instead of defending what you actually said, you suddenly shift ground, not deliberately, but smoothly, like you were arguing something safer all along. That move is the Mott and Bailey swap, and you've probably done it in an argument without even noticing. Here's how it works. A Mott is the inner castle, the real, defensible position. A Bailey is the outer wall, flashy, visible, easier to attack. In medieval warfare, if the Bailey got hammered, soldiers retreated into the Mott. In conversation, we do the same thing. You say something big and controversial, someone pokes a hole in it, and you instantly step back into a smaller claim you can actually defend. I didn't say all people are like that. I said most people are like that. I wasn't talking about you specifically. I was making a general point. You're misunderstanding what I meant. The trick is how invisible it feels. You aren't lying, the Mimamishi. The smaller claim is true, but you started with the bigger one. The Bailey got indefensible, so your mind just retreated. No conscious decision. It happened naturally. What makes this dangerous is how it lets you win arguments you should lose. You keep moving the goalposts without looking like you're moving them. The person across from you feels gaslit because they're responding to a moving target. But you feel defended because your latest position is technically sound. Watch for this in yourself during pushback. When do you find yourself saying smaller, safer versions of what you meant? That's your Mott revealing itself. The straw man burn. You know that moment when someone argues against a version of what you said that you never actually said? You're sitting there thinking, that's not even close to what I meant. But by then, they're already dismantling their invented version of your argument like they've won something. That invented thing, that's the straw man. It's one of the most efficient ways to make someone feel unheard while convincing an audience you're right. Here's how it works. Someone takes your actual position, strips away the nuance, exaggerates the weakest part, then attacks the extreme version. You say, I think we should be careful about social media's effects on teenagers. They respond, oh, so you want to ban the entire internet? They didn't touch your real claim. They burned down a scarecrow wearing your name. The trap is how reflexive it feels in argument. When someone disagrees, the mind naturally looks for the softest, most caricaturable version of their position, because that's easiest to defeat. Social media, family dinners, workplace debates. It lives everywhere. The person doing it might not even realize. Their brain handed them the straw man like a gift. What sticks is the emotional residue. You don't feel intellectually bested. You feel dismissed. Your actual words don't matter. Your real thinking doesn't matter. Only the cartoon version does. That's the real move. Not winning the argument, but making someone feel like their thoughts are too small or stupid to engage with directly. Next time you feel that pinch, pause and ask, did they address what I actually said, or did they build something else and burn it down? The steelman theft. You know the trick. Take the other person's best case, their strongest argument, and dismantle it piece by piece. Feels clean, feels fair. You're not attacking a straw man, you're defeating their steel man. Except there's a theft happening inside that logic, and most people don't notice it until the conversation's already over. When you steel man someone's position, you get to choose which interpretation of their argument you're engaging with. And people are very good at choosing the version that's easiest to beat while still looking intellectually rigorous. You pick the charitable reading, but only of the parts that let you win, the parts that make you uncomfortable. Those somehow don't make the cut. Picture a political argument you saw recently. Someone says, "Here's what they really mean," and suddenly the other side's position looks paper thin. But who decided what they really meant? The person steel manning. They appointed themselves interpreter, then judge, then executioner, and nobody called them on it. The darker part, your opponent feels completely unheard. They watch you defeat a version of their argument they never made. So they defend harder, which looks like proof they're irrational. You've created a system where being right and feeling like you've won are two different things. If you want something closer to actual truth, stop picking the fight on your terms. Ask instead, what part of your position do you think I'm missing? That one question collapses the whole architecture. It admits you don't get to appoint yourself, the final authority on what someone believes. You've just handed the interpretation back to them. What about ism deflection? You bring up something someone did. Let's say they forgot your birthday. The conversation flips mid-sentence. Well, what about when you missed my graduation? Now you're defending yourself instead of being heard. That pivot is whataboutism, and it's the art of redirecting pain into counterattack without ever sitting with discomfort. The mechanism is almost elegant. When someone feels cornered or guilty, their brain reaches for a redirect. Instead of staying with the sting, they pull out a counterexample from your past. True or false, relevant or from a decade ago, it barely matters. The goal isn't truth, it's motion. It's getting you to chase your own tail while they slip away. What makes this stick is that it sounds fair on the surface. You did it too feels like balance, like an even playing field. But fairness isn't the real play. The real play is chaos. If both of you are now arguing about separate incidents from 3 years ago, nobody's talking about the actual hurt. The original problem gets buried under new rubble. The trap deepens because you'll feel pressured to prove your version was justified. You'll construct timelines, gather evidence, explain context. Hours later, you've both forgotten what you were upset about in the first place. That's the victory. Not winning the argument, but making the argument impossible to finish. If someone does this to you, notice it. Don't chase the bait. Stay with your original point. I hear that. We can talk about that later. Right now, I need you to hear this. Boring, yes, but it keeps the focus where it belongs, on the thing that actually hurt. The tu quoque redirect. You're in an argument about something you did, stayed late at work, forgot an anniversary, made a careless comment. The other person is hurt. And instead of sitting with that discomfort, you flip it. Well, you did the same thing last month. Suddenly the conversation isn't about what you did anymore. It's about what they did. That pivot is tu quoque, Latin for you also. It's one of the slickest redirects in the human playbook because it feels almost reasonable in the moment. The trap is that tu quoque doesn't answer the original charge. It just throws mud back. Your partner says you were dismissive, and you say they were dismissive too, as if two wrongs somehow make the first one right, or at least less worth examining. The guilt you felt a second ago gets buried under the righteous feeling of calling out hypocrisy. You get to feel wronged instead of wrong. What makes this so sticky is that it usually lands. Most people's brains are wired to notice unfairness, especially when it's directed at them. So when you point out their contradiction, their attention snaps away from your behavior and toward theirs. The argument derails. Nobody wins. Nothing gets fixed. You've turned a moment of accountability into a stalemate. You already know what you did. Deep down, you're aware that redirect isn't about truth-seeking. It's about escape. Next time you feel the urge to match their complaint with theirs, pause. Ask yourself what you're actually afraid to feel. Then sit with it for 10 seconds. That discomfort is where the real work happens. Ad hominem, poisoning the well. You're at a dinner table when someone brings up a political candidate. Before a single policy gets discussed, someone says, well, they've been divorced twice and once got a DUI. Conversation stops. Nobody wants to defend someone with that baggage. The argument about the actual ideas never happens because the well got poisoned before the water could be drawn. Here's what matters. Attacking the person instead of the argument is not just unfair. It's mechanically powerful because it short-circuits the thinking part of your listener's brain. Once you've heard that someone is greedy, narcissistic, or has questionable morals, your instinct is to assume everything they say is self-serving. You stop asking if they're right. You just assume they're wrong. Your skepticism migrates from the idea to the person holding it. The trick works especially well when the personal attack is true. A scientist who profits from their research is still a scientist. A politician with a shady past can still understand economics. But the moment the well is poisoned, those facts about the person hijack the entire conversation. Everyone nods. Nobody engages. The substance becomes invisible. What makes this so dark is how it spreads through groups. One person poisons the well, and suddenly nobody has to think anymore. Belief becomes tribal. You defend your side's ideas not because you've examined them, but because the other side's people are insufferable or corrupt. The move, then, when someone attacks character instead of argument, notice it happening. Ask yourself what the actual claim is underneath. Separate the person from the point. It feels harder than poisoning the well. But that friction is where thinking lives. The Gish Gallop overload. You are in a conversation with someone absolutely convinced they are right. They start talking and simply do not stop. Fact after fact, claim after claim. Each one layered on top of the last so fast that by the time you think of a response to one thing, they have already pivoted to 5 others. Your brain feels like it is drowning in white noise. This is the Gish Gallop, and it works because human attention has limits. The word itself comes from a creationist named Duane Gish, who would flood debates with so many arguments that his opponent could not possibly refute them all in the time available. But this tactic spread far beyond the debate stage. It lives everywhere now. A politician rapid fires contradicting statistics. A family member floods a group chat with links you will never click. A salesman layers on features and benefits until you just sign to make the noise stop. The trap runs deeper than simple overwhelm. Your brain mistakes volume for substance. When someone throws enough words at you, your nervous system gets tired. You feel confused rather than skeptical. Confusion feels safer than doubt. It feels like a reason to trust the other person, because at least they sound informed. Your exhaustion convinces you that certainty in their voice must mean they did their homework. It did not. When that overload starts, slow your own tempo down. Ask them to explain one thing, just one. Watch what happens. Often they cannot. The confidence was never built on understanding. It was built on speed and noise. Fire hose of falsehood flooding. Your phone buzzes before you're even out of bed. 3 contradictory stories, each with a video, a screenshot, an angry face swearing it's true. A politician said something. A celebrity did something. The numbers don't match what you read yesterday. By the time you've scrolled through all 3, you can't remember which came first or who claimed what. Your brain already feels hollowed out. This isn't a strategy to convince you of one thing. It's designed to wreck your ability to think at all. When you're buried in noise, you stop fact-checking. You stop comparing stories. You just grab whatever matches what you already believed and keep moving. The truth becomes whatever feels least exhausting to believe. Your mind knows it's happening. You feel that fatigue settling in like weather. But knowing doesn't save you. Even sharp people will snatch onto something half true just to make the static stop. It's not weakness. It's budget. Your attention has limits. And when someone breaches them on purpose, your brain cuts corners. The machinery works because it doesn't need you to accept one lie. It needs you too tired to ask what comes next. One false claim spreads. Then another contradicts it. Then a third reframes both. By day 3, you've stopped looking for the original truth. You've settled for whatever makes the noise bearable. So when that fog rolls in, notice the exhaustion instead. That feeling is a signal. Something is deliberately designed to wear you down. The big lie audacity. There's a moment in every con where the grifter stops sweating. They've just told you something so obviously false, so brazen, that your brain short-circuits. Your instinct says, reject it. But then something else happens. You wonder if you're the stupid one for not believing it. Here's what catches most people. A small lie is easier to spot than a massive one. Your mind has built-in error detection for the plausible. A friend says they were late because traffic was bad. You weigh it, you're suspicious. But when someone claims they own 3 mansions, or that they invented a technology, or that they personally know a world leader, something shifts. The claim is so far outside your own experience that you can't quite evaluate it. You default to uncertainty instead of outright disbelief. Audacity creates its own credibility. It says, I am so confident in this that I'm not even nervous. Real liars, the good ones, know this. They don't whisper. They don't hedge. They state it like weather. A fact so obvious, it doesn't need your permission. The trap is that you think you're being open-minded. You tell yourself, well, I don't know everything. Maybe they do know the president. Maybe their business is that big. You extend charity to the liar while you'd never extend it to your own uncertain instincts. Next time someone tells you something impossible with total calm, notice where your doubt goes. It usually leaves the claim and lands on you instead. That's the moment the audacity wins. Your skepticism flips backward, and suddenly you're the problem for questioning, not them for claiming. Repetition as truth. You hear a rumour 3 times at a party, and by the time you leave, it feels like fact. Nobody showed you proof. Nobody checked sources, but the sheer echo of it, the way it kept appearing in different mouths, different moments, wore grooves into your belief. That's the illusory truth effect, and it works even when you know better. Your brain is a pattern-matching machine that mistakes frequency for validity. A claim repeated in your own head carries the same psychological weight as one you heard from 3 people. A news story you scroll past 5 times feels more credible than one you read carefully once. The repetition itself becomes the evidence. This is why advertising works, why conspiracy theories stick, why you can start a sentence with everyone knows and have people nod, even though nobody actually knows anything yet. The statement that just lived somewhere in the background before. It has seniority now. The trap deepens because repetition and popularity blur together in memory. After you've heard something often enough, you forget where you heard it, but you remember the feeling of having heard it. That feeling registers as truth. Your confidence grows invisible, carried on the weight of echoes. The move is simple, though it requires a small brutality. When you catch yourself leaning into a fact you hear often, pause and ask how many times you have actually verified it yourself. Not how many times you've heard it, not how widely it's believed. How many times did you personally check? The silence that follows is honest. The illusory truth effect. You hear a claim 3 times. Maybe it's about a celebrity, a health tip, something a co-worker mentioned, and suddenly it feels true. Not because you checked it, not because the source was reliable, just because it landed in your brain before, and again and once more. That repetition is doing the heavy lifting, and you barely notice it's happening. What's wild is that the effect works even when you know the source is untrustworthy. Even when you consciously remember thinking that's probably false the first time you heard it, your brain is wired to interpret familiarity as truth. The more a statement shows up in your mental space, the less effort it takes to process, and your mind mistakes that ease for accuracy. It feels smooth, so it must be right. This is how casual lies become embedded, a rumour shared at a dinner party, a claim repeated in conversation, a headline that pops up again and again. Each exposure doesn't feel like persuasion. It feels like discovery, like you're remembering something you already knew. Your critical guard is down because you're not being sold anything. You're just hearing the same thing twice. The trap is that you can't just decide to stop being vulnerable to this. Knowing about the effect doesn't inoculate you against it. What does help is building friction between hearing and believing. A tiny pause where you ask whether you've actually verified this or whether you're just familiar with it. Familiarity and truth are not the same. That distinction, held softly, might just be the antidote, the availability heuristic hijack. You wake up worried about plane crashes, not because you fly tomorrow, not because the statistics changed, but because you watched a documentary about aviation disasters last night, and now your mind treats that vivid story as evidence of real danger. That is the availability heuristic at work, your brain substituting ease of recall for actual probability. The trap is that your mind does not calculate odds fairly. It weighs what comes to mind easily as more likely to happen. A shark attack feels more dangerous than a car accident because the shark story is scarier, more memorable, more available in your mental filing system. Your nervous system does not fact-check frequency. It responds to salience. This hijack runs deeper than fear. It shapes your entire sense of how the world works. After a friend gets sick, you suddenly notice illness everywhere. News stories about diseases, people coughing on the subway, health warnings in your feed. The world has not changed. Your availability filter has. Sickness was always there. Now it is visible because you are looking through that particular lens. The real danger is decision-making. You avoid a safe activity because you remember one bad outcome. You overestimate the risk of rare events and underestimate the frequency of quiet, common harms. Your life gets smaller, not because of facts, but because of what your memory served you recently. Tonight, when a worry grips you, ask, did I see this recently, or is it actually likely? The question will not erase the feeling, but it might save you from a night spent reorganizing your life around a vivid ghost. Vividness over statistics. A plane crashes. 300 people die. You hear the number, nod, move on. Then you see the face of one survivor, one child pulled from the wreckage, eyes still wet. Suddenly you cannot stop thinking about it. The statistics didn't land, the story did. This is how your brain decides what matters, not by probability, not by scale, by how sharp the image is, how close it feels, how many sensory details it carries. A vivid threat, a mugging you witnessed, a friend's cancer diagnosis, a viral video of a crime, will reshape your sense of danger far more than the actual data would justify. You will remember that one person's story longer than you remember 1,000. Here is where it gets dark. The people who understand this exploit it relentlessly. A single heart-stopping anecdote can bury a corrective statistic. A grieving parent on camera can move policy more than peer-reviewed evidence. Your news feed learns this. Your politics learns this. Your fears learn this. They feed you the vivid case and starve you of the broader picture. The catch is that you cannot simply choose to ignore vivid stories. They are not optional information to your brain. They are compulsory. They stick because they feel real, because they carry weight and texture and consequence. But you can notice when one image is doing all the work, when a single face is carrying the weight that 1,000 numbers should carry, that noticing that small pause is enough to keep the vivid from becoming the true. It is enough to keep fear from becoming certainty. The identifiable victim pull. A child falls into a well in Ohio. The news cycle catches fire. Helicopters circle. Millions donate. Strangers camp outside. But a study shows that 10,000 children die of preventable diseases every single week. Exact same world, exact same time, and the donation line doesn't move. Why does one face, one name, one story break through the numbness that shields us from mass suffering? Your brain treats a statistic like background noise. The number 5,000 homeless is abstract, almost mathematical. But Sarah, age 7, missing since Tuesday with the photo that keeps getting reposted, she is suddenly real. Her story has a shape. Your mind can follow the thread. When suffering has a name and a face and a timeline, it stops being data. It becomes someone. This pull is not weakness. It is how your empathy works at its core. You cannot feel for a crowd the way you feel for a person. But here is where it gets sticky. Marketers, non-profits, and politicians all know this. They will show you one heartbreaking face instead of the whole landscape. They will tell you one person's story instead of the pattern, and you will give and care and feel like you have solved something when you have touched only the edge of it. The trick is to notice when this is happening, not to turn off the compassion, but to add a second thought. Is this real? Do I believe in it? And what am I not seeing while I am focused on this one story? That pause is where clarity lives. The affect heuristic shortcut. You walk into a room where someone you distrust is sitting. Immediately, before they open their mouth, you decide their idea is bad. Before you know what it is, your gut feeling comes first. Your reasoning comes after, scrambling to catch up like a dog chasing its own tail. That is the affect heuristic at work. It is the mental shortcut where your emotional reaction to something becomes the evidence itself. You do not think about a thing neutrally, then feel about it. You feel about it instantly, and your brain then constructs arguments to match that feeling. The emotion does not report on what you think. The emotion is what you think. A politician you dislike proposes a policy. Before you even pass the words, you have already decided it is harmful. A product from a company that makes you anxious suddenly looks dangerous, not because you checked the data, but because the company name triggers a feeling. Your friend brings home a partner with a face that unsettles you, and every small gesture becomes evidence of their unsuitability. Here is where it gets sticky. Your rational mind becomes a very creative defense lawyer. It will find studies. It will spot inconsistencies in the other side. It will remember things that support the feeling. all while genuinely believing it arrived at the conclusion through pure logic. You are not lying to yourself. You are just letting your emotional first draft run the whole show. The effect heuristic explains why people who feel safe often underestimate real risks, and people who feel afraid often inflate small dangers into catastrophes. Watch what you feel in the next argument. Notice when the feeling arrives before you have actually thought. That tiny pause is where your slower mind gets a chance to catch up. Emotional flooding paralysis. Bad news arrives, and your whole nervous system locks. Your chest tightens. Your thoughts scatter. You can't think clearly, can't move, can't even cry properly. That freeze isn't weakness or shock. It's your body doing exactly what it evolved to do when overwhelmed. Shut down completely. Emotional flooding happens when feeling arrives faster than your brain can process it. Grief, rage, betrayal, humiliation, the intensity saturates your system. And suddenly the thinking part of your mind goes dark. Neuroscientists call this the amygdala hijack. The emotional center of your brain has locked out the prefrontal cortex, the part that reasons and decides. You're not being dramatic. You're experiencing a real neurological event. The paralysis serves a purpose in the animal kingdom. A deer caught by a predator freezes because movement invites attention. Your body does the same when flooded. It assumes stillness is survival. But in the modern world, this freeze often arrives exactly when you need to act or speak most. A confrontation, a medical appointment, a moment where you need to defend yourself, and instead you're numb, mute, unreachable. The trap is waiting for the feeling to pass on its own. It won't. Your nervous system needs permission to come back online. Try this. Name the feeling aloud, not analyze it, just name it. This is rage. This is fear. The act of naming engages your language centers and slowly brings the thinking brain back into the room. Then move, shake your hands, walk. Small motion signals safety to your body and breaks the freeze. You don't need to feel ready first. Just move. And the readiness follows. The fear then relief cycle. You know that feeling when you think you've lost your phone and your chest goes tight for 10 seconds and then you find it in your coat pocket and suddenly the world feels like it's made of gold? That jolt from terror to safety. That's not just emotion. It's a hit. Your nervous system got flooded with stress hormones, and when the threat vanished, it flooded you with relief chemicals instead. Dopamine spikes. Your muscles relax. Everything feels good. The dark part is that your brain learns this pattern, fear followed by relief. And because relief feels so good after fear, your mind starts to actually crave the cycle. Not consciously, nothing that obvious. But at a wiring level, you begin seeking small threats just so you can feel the rush of resolving them. A coffee spill you panic over, a text you misread, a friend's comment you interpret as criticism. Each one is a tiny storm you manufacture so you can have the satisfying calm afterward. This is why some people unconsciously create drama. Why relationships get rocky before they get cozy again. Why you might find yourself reading bad news just to feel okay when it turns out fine. The relief is the actual reward, not the absence of threat, but the swing from threat to safety. Catch yourself hunting for small crises. If your day feels too quiet and flat, ask why you're reaching for bad news or picking fights. You might just be a relief addict looking for the next dip and rise. The quieter you can sit with safety, the less you need the cycle to feel alive. Manufactured then removed threat. A company announces layoffs are coming. Not now. Soon. Maybe next quarter, maybe next year. Productivity spikes immediately. People work longer hours. They volunteer for projects. They smile harder at meetings. Then, quietly, the layoff gets postponed or scaled back. Crisis averted. Everyone exhales. The company just extracted months of peak performance from people operating on pure fear, and the threat never had to be real. What actually happened is this: uncertainty was the weapon. You weren't afraid of what would happen. You were afraid of what might. That gap between might and will is where anxiety builds. And anxiety is obedience. The moment the threat lifts, so does the intensity. You feel relieved. You feel grateful. The system just weaponized hope, and you missed it because relief tastes like victory. This pattern lives everywhere. A partner threatening to leave, a parent hinting at disinheritance, a friend mentioning they might distance themselves. You redirect your entire emotional labor budget to manage the threat, and the moment it dissolves, you feel lucky rather than manipulated. The threat never had to land. It just needed to hang overhead long enough to reset your priorities. Here's the quiet trap. You'll work harder to prevent a threat that might happen than you will to chase something you actually want. Fear motivates better than desire, and manufactured fear is cheaper to produce than anything real. The next time you feel a sudden surge of effort or compliance, pause and ask which threats are actual weight and which ones are just weather passing overhead. The good cop, bad cop swing. Recall a negotiation that felt real to you. A salary conversation, a breakup, a price haggle with someone who held the power. Picture the moment one person gets loud. They raise their voice, make demands, maybe even lean in. Your body tightens. You feel the pressure mounting, then someone else enters the room, softer and measured, almost apologetic on behalf of the angry one. They speak reasonably. You feel relief wash over you. You feel seen. And suddenly you're moving toward whatever they're offering, grateful for the exit. What's happening isn't a con or theatre. It's a pattern etched into your nervous system itself. The bad cop creates a spike. Threat floods your body with cortisol and adrenaline. Your amygdala screams danger. Then the good cop arrives. By simple contrast, they feel like shelter. Your brain doesn't need logic. It just needs the relief. So you relax into their direction, and your nervous system learns that cooperating with the good cop is the safe path forward. The real trap is that the contrast works below conscious choice. You're not being lied to, you're being steered by your own biology. The anger makes you desperate to escape discomfort. The kindness makes that escape feel like rescue. Neither player cares about your interests. They share one outcome they want you to accept. You're a system being played, and relief feels identical to safety. Next time you feel that swing from threat to kindness, pause before you say yes. Ask who wins if you agree. Not what they're saying, but what shifts for them and for you. That single question can break the spell. The scarcity of you flattery. You get a compliment from someone who rarely says nice things. It lands different. A person you barely know calls you brave. You feel it for days. But praise from your mother, your partner, the person who's always in your corner, that gets filed away like junk mail. The rarity is doing the work. The frequency kills it dead. This is how scarcity hijacks your sense of what you're worth. We are built to notice what shows up rarely. A stranger's approval feels like evidence of truth. A regular person's love feels like routine maintenance. Your brain assumes common things must be cheap and scarce things must be valuable. So you end up trusting the cold opinion over the warm one, gifting authority to indifference. The trap deepens when you realize your own hunger for rare praise. that you find yourself fishing for compliments from people who withhold them, working harder to impress the ones who stay neutral, while the people who see you clearly get taken for granted. You're chasing the scarcity signal because it feels like it means something real, something true. Here's what matters. Scarcity creates urgency, not truth. A rare word feels important because your attention system is wired to notice gaps and absences. That doesn't make it more honest. The person who loves you consistently is not boring. They're just not triggering your alarm bells. So tonight, when you're lying there, notice whose praise you're actually hungry for. Then ask yourself why it's never the people who know you best. That gap is worth sitting with. The insider secret bait. You walk into a room where someone leans in and says, "I probably shouldn't tell you this." Your whole body shifts. Suddenly you're listening harder. Whatever comes next feels chosen, meant for you alone. That's the trap. And it works because of something wired deep in how we trust. The trick is simple. Frame information as restricted. Add a whisper of conspiracy. Tell someone they're part of an exclusive club that knows the real truth, and their skepticism collapses like wet cardboard. It's not just that the idea sounds important, it's that they feel mocky important for knowing it. Status and belonging activate faster than fact-checking. Watch it happen in marketing. A wellness brand doesn't say our product works. Instead, Big Pharma doesn't want you to know this. Suddenly you're not a customer, you're an insider fighting the system. Online communities thrive on this. Every post that says they don't want you to see this is trading on the same mechanism. You become invested not in the truth, but in being the kind of person who knows forbidden things. The quieter danger is how this shapes what you believe long term. Once you feel like an insider, you stop evaluating the claim itself. You defend it because defending it means defending your identity as someone wise enough to see through the lies. You become the bait. Notice the next time someone offers you secret knowledge, not because secret knowledge is always false, sometimes it is real, but because the feeling of exclusivity shouldn't do the thinking for you. That small pause between intrigue and belief, that's where your actual judgment lives. The exclusivity velvet rope. You know that feeling when a door closes just as you reach for it? Not the kind that locks you out forever. The kind that makes you wonder what's happening on the other side. That's the velvet rope. Not a real barrier. A feeling. And feeling excluded hits different than being actually blocked. Humans are tribal creatures. We evolved in small groups where being left out meant real danger. No shelter, no hunting partners, possible death. That wiring hasn't left us. When a group forms and you're not in it, something ancient in your brain screams that you are wrong, unsafe, less than. Marketers, cults, and friend groups all know this. They build the rope, not to keep you out forever, but to make you want in badly enough that you stop thinking straight. The trap is that exclusivity creates value in your mind, even when the thing itself is ordinary. A crowded bar becomes magnetic the moment you hear there's a list. A mediocre course becomes essential once enrollment closes. A social circle becomes golden the moment someone hints they don't accept everyone. Your brain fills the gap with fantasy. You imagine what makes it special, and whatever you imagine is better than reality ever could be. The quiet move is this. When you feel that pull towards something because it's rare or restricted, pause. Ask yourself whether you actually want the thing or whether you want the feeling of being chosen, because those are different. One is hunger. One is hunger for proof that you matter, and proof chasing never fills the hole it's meant to. The bandwagon acceleration. You walk into a room where 3 people are laughing at a joke you didn't hear. Something in you wants to laugh too, even before the punchline is explained. That magnetic pull toward agreement, that is the bandwagon in its smallest, quietest form. Most of us think it stops there, a harmless social reflex. It doesn't. Here is where the mechanism reveals itself. Each person who agrees makes agreement feel safer for the next person. The third person to nod makes it easier for the fourth. By the time you have 10 people moving the same direction, the velocity builds on itself. Doubt starts to feel like swimming upstream. Silence begins to feel like consent. Social media weaponized this with surgical precision. A post gets 50 likes, then 500, then 50,000. At each threshold, new viewers see it not as an opinion, but as fact. Because so many others already touched it, the algorithm notices the momentum and pushes harder. The real trap is neurological. You cannot tell from inside the wagon whether you are actually convinced or simply moving with the crowd. Your brain makes identical chemicals either way. Your certainty feels the same. What saves you is deliberate friction. When you notice everyone suddenly moving toward the same belief, ask yourself one small question. Would I care about this if only 3 people thought so? If the answer is no, you have found your bandwagon. The momentum was always doing the thinking. FOMO manufactured pressure. You wake up and scroll. 3 friends posted something clever while you slept. A group chat exploded without you. Someone's vacation looks better than your Tuesday. Your brain registers all of it in seconds, and something small tightens in your chest. Not quite fear, not quite shame, but a gnawing sense that you're behind. That feeling is not an accident. It is manufactured with precision. Platforms engineer scarcity into the normal. They show you what you're missing instead of what you have. A story disappears in 24 hours, so you have to watch now or lose it forever. Someone else got the invite you didn't. The algorithm learned long ago that fear of missing out makes you scroll, compare, and return compulsively. The pressure isn't coming from you. It's baked into the design. Here's the mechanics. Your brain evolved to notice what others have and wonder if you should too. Thousands of years ago, that mattered. Miss the hunt, miss food, miss the tribe's movement, get left alone in the dark. But now you're staring at curated highlights from hundreds of people who are also curating for an audience. The scarcity they're showing you is almost always false. The pressure is real. The threat is invented. Start noticing when FOMO hits hardest, usually after you've scrolled for a few minutes, not at the beginning. The manufactured pressure needs a runway. It builds. Try closing the app before your chest tightens, not after. That tiny act, leaving before the feeling compounds, teaches your nervous system the truth. Nothing actually requires your immediate presence. The world doesn't actually move faster than you can keep up with. The sunk cost entrapment. You stayed in a job for 5 years because you'd already invested 5 years. You finished a book you hated because you were halfway through. You remained in a relationship long past its expiration date because leaving felt like admitting those years were wasted. Your mind built a trap, and it locked from the inside. Here's the mechanics of it. Your brain treats past effort like a debt that future choices somehow owe. The time, the energy, the money, all of it is gone. Locked in the past where nothing can touch it, but your mind insists on reclaiming it anyway. So you pour good time after bad time, good money after bad money, hoping the next chapter will justify everything you've already sacrificed. It never does. The investment is dead, yet you stay because walking away feels like proving it was all for nothing. The darker layer is how good it feels to stay. Staying reads as loyalty, as honouring your own commitment. Leaving reads as failure, as admitting you were wrong. So the sunk cost becomes a story where staying proves you're not weak, where leaving proves you're reckless. The story protects your image of yourself, not your future. There's only one move that works. Treat every choice as if today is day one, not because of what you've already paid, but because of what you're about to pay. If you wouldn't choose it now, knowing only what you know in this moment, then the sunk cost has already won. And the person it's protecting isn't you anymore. It's the version of you from 5 years ago, throwing good after bad. $3,000 gone on a course that bored you by week 2. By week 6, you are still forcing yourself through the material, mostly because those $3,000 are already spent. The logic feels airtight in your head. Might as well get your money's worth, right? Except you are not getting your money's worth. You are getting your time's worth, and time costs more than money ever will. Your brain treats past investment as a reason to keep investing, even when the new investment brings only regret and dread. The money is burned, dead. But your mind keeps treating it like a living thing that needs rescuing. So you sacrifice your present to save something already gone. The trap runs deeper than simple math. Your mind cannot let go of what it has already claimed. What makes this vicious is that you know better. Most people can name the fallacy, can explain why it makes no sense, and will still do it anyway. You stay in a draining relationship because 5 years are already behind you. You keep reading a mediocre book because you are halfway through. You finish a terrible meal because you paid for it. Each one feels like responsibility. Each one is grief dressed up as logic. The money is gone. The time spent does not return, whether you quit or stay. Your only real choice is what you do with the hours remaining. Sunk cost is not a reason to keep going. It is a reason to stop and reclaim the next hour, the next day, the next year. The endowment ownership bias? Sell me something you own, not a car or a house. Something small, a coffee mug, a sweater, a book you read once. Notice what happens inside you the moment I ask. The price climbs. Suddenly it's not just a mug. It's the one you reach for every morning. The one that holds the exact right amount of espresso. The one your fingers know. You are no longer pricing an object. You are pricing the story of ownership. Psychologists have tested this in 100 ways. Give someone a chocolate bar or a token, ask how much they'd pay for it, then ask how much they'd sell it for. The answer almost always jumps higher on the sell side, sometimes nearly double. 5 minutes of possession rewires what something feels worth. Ownership transforms a neutral object into something tangled with identity and attachment, as if your brain is saying, "This is mine now," and that alone makes it precious. Here is the trap. You are probably clinging to things that stopped serving you years ago. A job that doesn't fit, a belief you were taught young, a relationship that already ended. The longer you have carried something, the more expensive it feels to release. That feeling is not truth. It is ownership talking. It is your brain protecting what it has already claimed. Watch for it in the small moments. The thing you keep but never use, the commitment you renew out of habit, the choice you defend not because it works but because it's already yours. That resistance is the signal, the free trial foothold. Day 28 of your free trial and you still haven't cancelled. Not because you love the service, because cancelling means hunting through a website designed like a maze, finding a link buried 3 menus deep, confirming 3 times, then sitting through a guilt-soaked exit survey that asks why you're leaving. By the time you finish, you've already decided it's easier to just let it ride. This is where the real hook lives. The sign-up was frictionless. 1 click, maybe 2. The cancellation is a wall of friction by design. They're not betting on you falling in love with their product in week 1. They're betting on you avoiding the pain of leaving, which means procrastinating, which means forgetting, which means the charge hits your card like it was always supposed to be there. After a few weeks of use, your brain stops treating the service as optional. It folds into your routine so smoothly that it starts feeling chosen, normal, yours. You're no longer evaluating whether you want it. You're evaluating whether you want to deal with the friction of cancellation. That's a completely different math. And they know it. The companies have tested this extensively. They've A/B tested button wording, confirmation screens, survey timing. But the real trap isn't their design alone. It's how easily your own mind turns a temporary commitment into a permanent one when the exit is uncomfortable. That free trial was always a contract, signed when your defenses were lowest, and now friction is doing the work that genuine value never could. The default option nudge. You sign up for a gym membership and check a box without reading it. 2 years later, you're still paying $30 a month for a place you haven't visited since March. The gym didn't trick you. They just made staying signed up the path of least resistance. That's the default option nudge in action. Here's what makes it work. A default is not invisible. You can see it. You could change it. But the moment a choice requires effort, reading fine print, clicking through pages, making a phone call, most brains ghost the task. Not because you're dumb, because your brain conserves energy. It treats do nothing as the safest option every single time. You're not being irrational. You're being efficient in a world that's trying to overwhelm you. Companies, apps, and governments know this intimately. They make opt out the hard path and opt in the default. Or vice versa. Change your email notifications? Default is yes to everything. Pre-check that donation box during checkout. Sign you up for the premium tier first, then let you hunt for the downgrade button. The choice never moved. The friction did. Every pixel of that interface was decided by someone who understood your laziness better than you did. What's quietly dark is that defaults feel neutral. They feel like the natural state, the obvious choice, the way things should be. But someone designed them. Someone chose which button would be bigger, which option would be pre-selected, which path would require 1 click versus 5. That someone wasn't thinking about what's best for you. The next time you're about to accept something automatically, pause and ask, did I choose this? Or did I just choose not to fight? Opt out over opt in. Most companies and governments stopped asking for your permission. They just enroll you in tracking, data collection, notifications, everything, and quietly wait for you to notice and opt out. The easiest path is always the default, and they count on that. That's not laziness on their part. It's architecture. Human inertia beats enthusiasm every time, and they've built the system to make compliance the most comfortable choice. Think about the last app you installed. Did you dig through nested settings to disable location tracking? Hunt for the buried button to stop marketing emails? Probably not. Not because you want to be tracked, but because reversing what's already switched on costs more effort than leaving it alone. The company gets the delta either way, but the opt-out model buys the moral cover. You consented by doing nothing, which was always the design. Where it turns colder, they've weaponized this same trick on your attention, your feed, your habits. The default notification pings interrupt you at 2 a.m. The default homepage algorithm decides what you see. The default suggestions nudge your purchases. Every moment you don't actively resist is a moment you're operating on their script. You're not steering, you're drifting. The move is simple but sharp. Start noticing, what did I actually choose versus what am I just tolerating? When you flip the rule and make something require an active yes instead of an active no, your entire behavior flips with it. Turn notifications off first, then selectively turn back on only what you need. Unsubscribe by default. Make friction your tool instead of theirs. Inertia works both directions. The paradox of choice paralysis. You stand in front of your closet with 20 minutes until you have to leave. The outfit options are endless, and somehow you pick nothing. You end up late, frustrated, wearing the first thing you grabbed. The abundance that was supposed to make you happier did the opposite. It froze you. This happens in bigger arenas too. A person scrolling through streaming services for 40 minutes before turning it off. A hiring manager drowning in resumes, unable to choose the right candidate because the stakes feel impossibly high when every option looks viable. The paradox is real. More choices don't liberate us. They exhaust us and make us doubt whatever we pick. What's happening underneath is a collapse of confidence. When options were scarce, decision-making was simpler. You took what was good enough and felt satisfied, but abundance creates comparison. Your brain now measures every choice against every other choice. You wonder if you're leaving the better option behind. That wondering never stops, because there's always another option. The dark part? This paralysis doesn't just delay decisions, it kills joy. Even when you finally choose, you carry the ghost of what you didn't pick. You watch the other streaming show in your head. You imagine the other candidate thriving in the role. Regret attaches itself to every decision because you can see the road not taken so clearly. If you're feeling stuck before a choice, try limiting your options artificially. Narrow to 3, then decide. Remove the comparison trap before it forms. Sometimes the fastest path to peace isn't having more. It's choosing to look at less. Decision fatigue exploitation. By mid-afternoon, you stop being yourself. Your willpower is spent. A retailer knows this. A recruiter knows this. A marketer with a calendar knows exactly when you'll fold. They're not trying to trick you. They're just waiting for the moment your defenses collapse naturally. And then they strike. Think about the last time someone asked you for something around 5 o'clock. Maybe it was a small request, a favor, a signing, a commitment. You probably said yes without the friction you would have felt at 9 in the morning. That's not weakness, that's biology. Every decision you make, from what to wear to whether to trust a pitch, depletes the same reservoir of mental energy. By the time you're tired, hungry, and mid-negotiation, that reservoir is bone dry. Sophisticated operators know this pattern cold. Insurance companies bury cancellation requests deep in portal menus, knowing you'll give up before you find them. Employers stack interviews late in the day because your skepticism fades along with your glucose. A car salesman keeps you there until the sun sets, waiting for the exact moment when saying yes requires less energy than saying no. They're not rushing you, they're just patient. The real trap is that you can't really beat depletion through sheer force of character. It's not a flaw you can willpower your way through, but you can refuse to negotiate anything serious when you're running on fumes. You can eat something. You can walk away and come back tomorrow when your tank is actually full again. The people who exploit this fatigue are counting on your shame about saying, I need to think about this. Don't hand them that edge. The end of day weakness. By evening, your brain has spent 12 hours making decisions. Every choice, what to wear, what to say, which email to answer first, drew from the same fuel tank. By the time dinner arrives, That tank is nearly empty. This is not metaphor. It is measurable depletion. Glucose in your prefrontal cortex drops. Willpower, discipline, self-control, and the muscles you flex all day, they are genuinely fatigued. You feel it as a softening. The standards you held at 9 a.m. slip by 8 p.m. You tell yourself you will eat well, and instead you reach for the thing you promised yourself you would not. You plan to have a calm conversation with your partner, but a small comment ignites you. You meant to go to bed early, and instead you scroll for 90 minutes. Not weakness of character, weakness of resources. Your brain is simply running on fumes. The trap is thinking tomorrow will be different if you just try harder. It will not. You will face the same end-of-day crash every evening. What changes is whether you design around it or fight it. Set your important conversations for morning when you have currency. Lay out the healthy choice at lunch so evening you does not have to decide. Put your phone in another room at 9 p.m. because evening you cannot be trusted with that choice anymore. You are not fixing yourself. You are outsmarting the shape of your own fatigue. That is not giving up on discipline. It is discipline recognizing its own limits and planning accordingly. Ego depletion timing. 4 o'clock hits and a cookie looks like mercy. A co-worker asks something tiny and you snap. Your partner tries to talk and you shut down hard. None of this is weakness. Your willpower is just running on fumes, and it keeps a schedule you've never noticed. Ego depletion is what happens when you've burned mental discipline on one task, leaving almost nothing for the next. A morning of resisting distraction, holding your tongue through a frustrating meeting, or white-knuckling through a diet. They all pull from the same well. By evening, you have barely any capital left to regulate emotion, resist impulse, or think clearly about what comes next. The trap is that you make your worst decisions not when you are weak, but when you are depleted. A partner asks something reasonable, and instead of responding thoughtfully, you snap. You raid the fridge. You scroll until 3 in the morning. You agree to something you will regret tomorrow. None of this happens at 9 in the morning when your tank is full. It happens at 9 at night when it is nearly empty. Here is where it gets dark. If you want someone to say yes to something, they would normally refuse. Or to lower their guard, wait until they have already spent the day managing themselves. That window, late afternoon, evening, is when they are most malleable, most reactive, most likely to abandon what they actually wanted. Notice your own clusters. Your worst choices probably bunch up at a predictable time. Do not schedule important decisions then. Do not make promises when you are depleted. The version of you that shows up then is not the real you. It is the you with nothing left to spend. The low ball, then upsell. You walk into a furniture store on a Saturday afternoon. A salesman flags you down with the kind of smile that says he's already won. We have this sectional on clearance, he says, pointing to something beautiful. The price is almost insultingly low. Your brain lights up. You're already imagining it in your living room before he even finishes the sentence. Then he starts talking about the legs, the warranty, the delivery timeline. Each upgrade feels small, reasonable. By the time you sign the papers, you've spent 30% more than that first quote. You don't even feel robbed. The add-ons seemed inevitable, necessary. That's the lowball, then upsell, and it works because your emotional anchor was set the moment you heard that first price. Your brain uses that low number as a reference point. Everything after gets measured against it. So when the real total is higher, your mind doesn't compare it to what you originally imagined spending. It compares it to that anchor. $100 upgrade on a $500 chair feels like theft. The same $100 on a $600 chair feels like a bargain. This plays out everywhere. Subscription services launch at an almost free rate. Then the real costs materialize over months. Dating apps free to join. Premium features suddenly essential. Job offers start at a number, then negotiation reveals what you actually get. The first price isn't a mistake, it's the trap. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. Before you say yes to the lowball, ask yourself what the full picture actually costs. The nibble at the close. You've been negotiating for an hour. The deal feels done. Handshakes are happening. Then the other person says, "Oh, one small thing before we sign," and asks for something else. Just a tiny ask. Reasonable. Almost embarrassing to push back on. That small concession at the very end, right when your guard is lowest, is the nibble at the close. Salespeople and negotiators live for this moment. It works because you're exhausted. Your defenses are down. You've already mentally crossed the finish line. So one more thing feels like nothing, like you'd be petty to refuse. Your brain has stopped asking sharp questions. It's already celebrating. The momentum is all theirs. The gentleness is what cuts here. It's not a lie, and it's not a hard ask. It's designed to feel gracious. I know you've been generous, so I'm only asking for this one small piece. They're flattering you while moving the goalpost. Because the request feels minor compared to what you've already agreed to, you fold. That small thing was never small. It was the first nibble. Tomorrow, another tiny ask appears. Next week, another. Each one individually reasonable, but together they've rewritten the entire agreement into something you never intended. The pattern compounds until you're living inside a deal that doesn't exist on paper but absolutely exists in practice. The defense requires you to stay awake even when tired. The close is not the close until both parties say it is. If something new arrives after you've said yes, treat it like a new negotiation. Pause. Ask why it wasn't part of the original conversation. Don't let exhaustion turn you into someone generous to everyone but yourself. The salami slicing tactic. You've heard the saying, boil a frog slowly enough and it won't notice the water rising. The frog feels no single moment of alarm. Each tiny increase in temperature is almost imperceptible. That is salami slicing. It is incremental harm dressed as normalcy, one thin slice at a time. Think about how a relationship changes, not because of one catastrophic betrayal, but because boundaries erode slice by slice. A small lie, then a slightly bigger one. A promise broken, but inked just this once. A boundary you swore you'd never cross, then you do, but only a little. By the time you realize the architecture of trust has collapsed, you cannot point to a single moment where you should have walked. The damage was distributed across 100 small decisions, each one seeming too minor to justify leaving. This tactic appears everywhere. Authoritarian movements rarely seize absolute power in one grab. They normalize a restriction here, eliminate a check there, reframe an abuse as necessary. The public is never asked to accept the final version, only the next slice. By the time the full picture emerges, the psychological terrain has shifted so far that what would have sparked outrage as a proposal feels like the status quo. The defense is deceptively simple. Notice when you are making exceptions, when you catch yourself saying, just this one instance, or I'll let it slide, pause. That is where the salami slicer is working. Not every exception is dangerous, but the accumulation is. Track the pattern, not just the incident. What feels normal today might have felt unthinkable a year ago. The camel nose in the tent. You allow one small exception, then another. Then you wake up 5 years later and realize you've become someone you didn't recognize. That's the camel nose. And it's not a fable about saying no. It's about how your brain systematically rewrites what normal means. Here's what actually happens. The first deviation feels so small, it doesn't register as a real choice. A boundary that seemed ironclad last year now sounds uptight. A value you held feels suddenly negotiable. Your mind doesn't experience this as compromise. It experiences it as growth, clarity, wisdom. You're not lowering the bar. You're just being more realistic now, more mature, less judgmental. That reframing is the mechanism. Each tiny shift comes with its own justification. You didn't collapse, you evolved. And because evolution feels like progress, there's no alarm bell, no moment where you catch yourself and pull the rope. The camel slips its head in so gently you'd swear you invited it. The pattern lives everywhere. The relationship that starts with a small lie and ends with serial deception. The drinking that goes from social to medicinal to just how you do mornings. The financial corner you cut that becomes 2, then 10, then a way of life. The work compromise that erodes your whole sense of integrity, one meeting at a time. What makes this trap sticky is that you can almost never point to the moment you lost yourself. There is no bang. Just the slow, warm erosion of what you said you'd never become. The only defense is catching it early, before the camel nose feels like home. The Overton window shift. You notice a joke on TV that would have ended a career 10 years ago. Nobody flinches. Your co-worker says something in the break room that used to be fringe, and now 3 people nod along. What changed isn't that people got weird, it's that the borders of normal moved. The Overton window is the invisible fence around what society will tolerate hearing in public. It shifts constantly, and the strange part is that nobody votes on it, nobody announces it, yet somehow we all feel when it's moved. A politician says something extreme, gets mild pushback, then a media figure echoes it, then a meme makes it funny, then a news anchor discusses it neutrally, and suddenly the window slides. What was unthinkable becomes debatable. What was debatable becomes common sense. Here's where it gets dark. The people nudging that window know exactly how this works. They understand that human attention is lazy. If you hear something 3 times in a week from 3 different sources, your brain doesn't register it as extreme anymore. It registers it as normal. The repetition alone does the work. You don't need everyone to believe it. You just need the window to widen enough that it sits on the table, waiting. The trap is that you feel like you're thinking for yourself, when really you're just tracking what's become sayable. What's being repeated in your feed right now? What used to shock you but now barely registers? That's where the real shift happens, quiet and constant. Below the line of awareness. By the time you notice, the window has already moved. Normalizing the extreme slowly. Think back to something you now accept as normal, something that would have horrified you 5 years ago, a relationship dynamic, a work habit, a way your body feels. Most of the time, you did not wake up and decide to embrace it. Instead, it crept. One small compromise became 2, one boundary shift became the new baseline, and somewhere in the middle of that slide, your sense of what's acceptable quietly recalibrated. This is how extremes become mundane, not through a dramatic pivot, but through incremental adjustment. What psychologists call the boiling frog effect. Though the real horror is subtler than that. Your mind does not register slow change the way it registers sudden shock. A 2% shift today is invisible. A 2% shift tomorrow is also invisible. But stack them across months and you have travelled miles without noticing the distance. What makes this dangerous is that it works in every direction. Corporations lower ethics one policy at a time. Relationships escalate control so gradually the trapped person stops recognizing the cage. Your own standards for sleep, truth, or solitude can erode so quietly you forget what you valued. The voice inside that used to say, "This is wrong," does not scream. It just gets tired and stops. The antidote is not rigid vigilance. That breaks you. Instead, periodically ask yourself, what have I accepted lately that I would not have accepted before? Not judgment, just honest inventory. That small pause is enough to interrupt the slide before the extreme becomes invisible. Before normal swallows the whole room. The boiling frog gradualism. You've stayed in a bad situation longer than you thought you would. Not because it was always bad, because it got worse so slowly you didn't notice the moment it crossed from bearable to unbearable. That invisible line is what we're talking about tonight. The frog metaphor doesn't work literally in nature, but it works perfectly in your life. Drop a frog in boiling water and it jumps out, but slowly heat water with a frog inside, and the frog adjusts to each tiny increment until it's too late to escape. The shift never announces itself. There's no alarm clock, no red flag that says this is now intolerable. Just another degree warmer than yesterday. Here's what happens in your nervous system. You're wired to adapt. That's survival. But adaptation means you become numb to things that should alarm you. A relationship that keeps getting colder. A job that keeps extracting more for less. A friendship where you're always the one reaching out. The harm doesn't happen on day one. It happens across 3 years, one small compromise at a time. The real trap is that you won't notice until you're exhausted and can't remember why you stayed. By then, leaving feels harder than accepting one more degree. Comfort and sunk cost have already rewritten your sense of what's normal. So here's what to actually do. Pay attention to what you've accepted lately that you wouldn't have tolerated a year ago. Not the big shocks. Those are easy to see. The small, consistent ones. The people who escape before it's too late are usually the ones who listen to their own resistance when it's still a whisper, before it turns into a scream. The default to authority reflex. A person in a white coat tells you to do something you wouldn't normally do. Move to a different room, take a pill you're unsure about. Ignore your own instinct. And you do it. Not because they threaten you, not because they promise reward, just because they're wearing the uniform of authority. This is the Milgram setup, the Stanford prison study, the 1,000 smaller moments in your own life where you defer to someone simply because they seem to know better or carry the right title. Your brain has a shortcut. Authority equals rightness. It's ancient logic. The elder knew where water was, so you followed. The king knew the law, so you obeyed. That wiring is still firing today, even when the authority figure is wrong, confused, or self-interested. The trap is how invisible it feels. You don't think you're obeying, you think you're being reasonable. A doctor says, avoid sugar, so you do. Reasonable. A CEO says work through lunch, so you do. Reasonable. A pundit says trust this news source, so you do. Reasonable. Except sometimes the doctor is selling diet books, the CEO is squeezing profit, the pundit has a financial stake. Your reflex doesn't check for that. The quietest move here is noticing when your pushback quiets down in the presence of a title or credential. Not to distrust all authority, they may need me dose. That way lies chaos. But to watch when your own doubt gets smaller. Notice it. That pause alone rewires how much power you hand over without thinking. That's where the real escape begins. Diffusion of responsibility. A woman is attacked on a city street at 3 a.m. 38 people watch from their windows and apartments. Not one calls for help. Later, researchers would ask the bystanders why. The most common answer: "I thought someone else had already called." No one had. The attacker left. The woman died. This is the bystander effect, but there's something darker underneath. Diffusion of responsibility. When you are alone and witness harm, your nervous system registers, "I am responsible." The weight falls entirely on you. But when you are part of a crowd, that weight fractures. It becomes someone else's job, or no one's in particular. You feel this in small moments too. A meeting where a mistake happens and nobody speaks up. A group chat where someone posts something harmful and everyone scrolls past. The larger the audience, the lighter your individual guilt feels. Your brain does the math automatically. My action is one of 30, so my responsibility is one of 30. But here is what makes this truly unsettling. Diffusion of responsibility doesn't require you to be physically present. It works through screens. It works through anonymity. It works in comment sections where thousands of people witness a false story spreading and each person thinks the same thing. Surely the collective will correct this. Surely. The antidote is almost boring in its simplicity. Stop assuming the crowd will act. Assume instead that you are the only one who might. That shift from "someone should" to "I could" rewires the moment entirely. It costs nothing but attention, yet it changes everything that follows. The bystander dilution. There is a video somewhere online, grainy, handheld, shot through someone's phone, showing a woman attacked in a subway car while 37 people sit frozen in their seats. Nobody moves. Nobody calls. The comments fill with outrage, disgust, moral certainty. How could they just watch? But the truth is darker than apathy. Those 37 people are each thinking the same quiet thought. Surely someone else has already called. Here is what your brain does in a crowd. It looks left, then right, then decides its own action based on what it sees others doing. If everyone is still, your nervous system reads that stillness as a signal that this is not an emergency. If everyone is quiet, your silence feels justified. It is not cowardice. It is a computational error. You're running a collective algorithm where responsibility gets divided into smaller and smaller pieces until nobody carries any. The lonelier the victim, the faster help comes. One person bleeding on a street corner, strangers converge. Put that same person in a room with 10 others and the response time stretches. Your brain is doing math. With 10 witnesses, you only need to be 1/10 responsible. With 37, you are 1/37th of something that does not need to happen anyway. You are never outside this math. Even knowing how it works, when you are in a crowd and something small goes wrong, you will feel the dilution happening. The move that breaks it is naming it in the moment. If you see something and you are part of a crowd, you have to be the one who does not wait. De-individuation in the crowd. You've stood in a crowd where the normal rules seem to dissolve. Maybe it was a concert, a protest, a flash mob, a stadium. You felt the hum of bodies around you, and something in your skull shifted, not toward fear, but toward surrender. You stopped being you. You became part of the organism. That's not metaphor. That's de-individuation, and it rewires your moral compass in real time. Here's what happens. The bigger the crowd, the more your sense of individual accountability evaporates. Your name, your history, your conscience, they don't disappear, but they fog over. The anonymity works like a drug. Nobody is watching you specifically. So the part of you that checks itself before acting goes quiet. You will do things in a crowd you would never do alone. Not because you are secretly cruel, but because the feedback loop that normally stops you has switched off. Think of a riot, or even a packed Black Friday shopping line. Individuals who would never shove an elderly person suddenly find themselves part of a shoving mass. The cruelty isn't the person's fault. It's the architecture of the crowd itself. Responsibility gets spread so thin across so many bodies that nobody feels they are carrying it anymore. The moment you stop seeing individual faces and start moving as a body, you are not immune. Before you join a crowd, check. Am I still me in here? Can I still leave? Can I still say no? If the answer feels faint or distant, you are already de-individuating. That's when you need to step out. The mob disinhibition. You've seen the videos. Thousands of people in a square, chanting in unison, moving as one organism. Not a single person would say those words alone with a stranger. Not one would throw that first stone. But press them into a crowd. Let voices rise around them. Let them feel like one small part of something vast. And suddenly it feels safe, necessary, right. Your brain has a built-in brake pedal, and it loosens the moment you stop feeling like an individual. Psychologists call it de-individuation. Self-awareness drops. Your personal values get quieter. The group's energy becomes the only frequency you can hear. You stop asking what you believe and start asking what the crowd wants. Your body moves before your mind catches up. The truly strange part is how fast it happens. You don't need an evil conspiracy or a charismatic cult leader. You need the right conditions. Anonymity in numbers, a shared target, momentum, a stadium roaring, a rally, a comment thread with thousands of voices. Your prefrontal cortex, the part that says, wait, think, no, doesn't stand a chance against the limbic surge of belonging. What makes this dangerous isn't malice or ideology. It's the feeling of safety, the illusion that if everyone is doing it, nobody is responsible. You walk home alone tonight and sleep fine, certain you are just one voice among many. Understanding how easily that brake comes off might be the only thing that keeps your hand from moving toward the stone. That awareness, small as it sounds, is a kind of immunity, obedience to the uniform. A nurse walks into a patient's room wearing scrubs. She says the doctor wants you to take a new medication, one you've never heard of, one the actual doctor never prescribed. Most people nod and take it. The scrubs did that. And not her credentials, not a badge, the fabric. In Milgram's obedience studies, participants delivered what they believed were lethal electric shocks to strangers because a man in a lab coat told them to continue. Remove the coat, have the same man give orders from a folding chair, and obedience drops like a stone. The uniform carries invisible authority that our brains were trained to recognize before we could question it. Your evolutionary past needed you to read status fast. You see this everywhere. A police officer's badge, a pilot's captain's stripes, a security guard's radio. These are not just symbols. They are psychological shorthand for competence, legitimacy, and the right to command. In hospitals, nurses dressed as doctors get better compliance than doctors dressed casually. Con artists wear high visibility vests and carry clipboards into secure buildings unchallenged. Cult leaders introduce ceremonial robes or coloured shirts, not for function, but for psychological pull. The trap is that you cannot easily separate the uniform from the person inside it. Your brain reads the cloth before it reads the voice. Authority becomes visible instead of earned. And here is what makes it stick. You can know this about yourself and still feel the tug. Next time someone in a uniform tells you to do something that makes you pause, ask for their reasoning as if they were in jeans. The pause itself is your protection. The Milgram compliance drift. Stanley Milgram's 1961 Yale lab became famous for something that should have stayed fiction. Ordinary people were told to administer electric shocks to a stranger behind a wall. No actual shocks existed. The people giving them didn't know that. What haunted researchers wasn't that humans turned monstrous. It was how normal they stayed the whole time. Milgram never asked anyone to be cruel. He asked them to continue. When someone hesitated, the experimenter, just a man in a lab coat, offered a soft nudge. The experiment requires that you continue. Not a threat, a statement of what was needed. Most kept pressing the button. Think about your own day. You're not resisting orders every moment. You're responding to small escalations. Your boss asks you to stay late once. Then it's expected. A friend shares a secret and you keep it. Then they share something darker and the boundary shifts. A group believes something, you nod along and suddenly you're defending it. The drift happens in increments so small your moral compass seems to move with you rather than against you. Yesterday you were the same person you are today, and so how could you suddenly be different? That invisibility is the trap. Milgram's volunteers weren't sadists pulled from nowhere. They were nurses, engineers, factory workers, your neighbours. 65% continued to the final shock. The real danger isn't the sudden plunge into darkness. It's that you never feel yourself falling. The agentic state handoff, you're at work. Your boss gives you a task, something that sits wrong with you, something you wouldn't normally do alone. But the moment they say, I need you to handle this, something shifts. Suddenly you're not deciding anymore. You're executing. That shift is the handoff, and it happens in your brain faster than a blink. What researchers call the agentic state is when you hand your agency, your moral compass, your judgment over to someone else. You stop being the author of your choices and start being the instrument of someone else's will. Milgram's obedience experiments proved this wasn't weakness or evil. It was a very human feature. Ordinary people administered shocks they thought were lethal, not because they were monsters, but because a scientist in a lab coat said, you have no choice, you must continue. The authority didn't have to threaten them. The structure itself did the work. Here's what makes it dangerous. You don't feel like you're abandoning responsibility. You feel relieved, lighter, like the weight shifted to someone else's shoulders, and your job is just to follow through. A nurse gives a lethal injection because the doctor ordered it. A guard moves inmates because the warden said so. You send a cruel email because your manager told you to. The trap isn't that you're forced, it's that you volunteer to not think. Next time you feel that quiet relief wash over you when someone gives you a directive, when suddenly it's not your problem anymore, pause. Ask yourself, would I do this alone? If the answer is no, you've just handed something over that belongs to you. Take it back. Foot soldiers of the system. There is a person in your life who enforces a rule they would never make alone. The middle manager who passes down a policy they privately despise. The teacher who gives detention for a uniform violation that feels absurd, but that's just the rule. The nurse who follows billing codes that delay care. These are foot soldiers, caught between their own judgment and the machine they serve. They are not evil. They are embedded. What makes this architecture so clever is that the system doesn't need to coerce them. A bank teller enacts fees designed to trap poor people. A small business owner enforces a dress code he thinks is stupid. A compliance officer implements a safety rule that creates bureaucratic waste. None of them woke up wanting to do harm. The system wins because it makes obedience feel inevitable, even reasonable, even protective, like they are the restraining hand, not the fist. The story they tell themselves runs deep. If you didn't enforce it, someone worse would. You are actually the humane version. That narrative lets you sleep at night while you implement policies your gut knows are unjust. And the system banks on it. It needs good people halfway believing in what they do, because good people are the ones who feel the weight and surrender quietly, which looks nothing like force. Here is the real transaction. Obey, and you get a small piece of power, authority over someone below you, a paycheck, status, just enough to make the compromise feel like a trade rather than surrender. The deeper you climb, the easier it becomes to stop seeing what you are passing down, because the view from higher up erases the people standing beneath you. The banality of small steps. You know that feeling when someone tells you they completely changed their life, and you wait for the grand gesture, the dramatic moment, the perfect epiphany. Then you learn it started with them reading 1 paragraph a day. Not a book, 1 paragraph. That crushing ordinariness is exactly why it worked. We are wired to spot the dramatic. Wars, betrayals, sudden wealth, these are the stories we tell. But in quiet rooms, the real architecture of human change is built from something far uglier. Repetition so small it feels almost insulting. 1 conversation, 1 walk, 1 decision to not pick up the phone. Nothing you would photograph. Nothing that feels like progress when you are doing it. The dark part is how brutally this works against us too. A single morning of skipped floss, a single day of watching instead of building, a single moment of letting someone cross your boundary. Each one feels weightless, so you stack them. Months later, you are looking at a stranger in the mirror, and the path back feels impossibly long because you never noticed yourself walking away. The trick your brain plays is that small steps feel too small to matter while you are taking them. So you wait for the big move, the sudden shift, the moment that will feel like proof. And while you wait, the small steps keep happening anyway, just in the wrong direction. The question is not whether your habits are real. It is whether you will let the ones that hurt you keep going because they look too ordinary to stop. Cognitive dissonance repair. You know that feeling when you catch yourself doing exactly what you said you'd never do? Smoking after quitting, scrolling for an hour when you promised yourself 10 minutes, staying in a situation you've told everyone is toxic. That hot, uncomfortable wrongness in your chest. That's dissonance. Your actions and your self-image are screaming different truths, and your brain hates the noise. Here's where it gets dark. Your brain doesn't care about fixing the contradiction. It cares about shutting up the alarm. So it will do almost anything to make the discomfort go away. And most of those things involve convincing you that you're not actually wrong. Watch it happen. You overeat despite believing you're health conscious, so you tell yourself the diet was unrealistic anyway. You ignore someone's kindness because you've already decided they're selfish, so you reframe their gesture as manipulation. You spend money recklessly while claiming to be responsible, so you convince yourself that joy is more important than stability. None of these contradictions get resolved. They just get rewritten into a new story where you're still the good guy. The mechanism is elegant and terrible. By shifting your values, your memory, or your interpretation of events, you neutralize the discomfort without changing anything. You stay exactly where you are, but now your conscience is quiet. The problem is that this works so well that you can live inside a deeply split life for years without noticing. The only way out is to sit with the discomfort long enough to actually act. Not think. Act. Because action is the one thing your reframing machine cannot erase. Effort, justification, loyalty. You take a job with terrible hours, a boss who forgets your name, and pay that hasn't moved in 3 years. By year 2, you've somehow convinced yourself it's worth it. Not because anything changed, because you suffered for it. The human mind does something strange with sacrifice. When you endure something difficult, your brain scrambles to make meaning out of the cost. It tells you, this must matter, or why would I hurt for it? The pain becomes proof of value. The loyalty becomes real, not because the place deserves it, but because leaving would mean admitting the sacrifice was wasted. This happens in relationships too. A partnership demands emotional labour, compromise, resentment that you swallow. 3 years in, you're more attached than you should be. Not because they changed, but because the effort you poured in has to mean something. Walking away feels like erasing all that work. The trap is that effort justification runs backward through time. It doesn't ask, is this worth my time? It asks, I've already given my time, so it must be worth it. Your past sacrifice becomes the cage you built, and the longer you sit in it, the more real it feels. Watch for it when you're defending something you'd never choose today. When your main argument is what you've already given, or how far you've come, or the person you were before this cost you. That's the moment to ask whether you're protecting something real, or just protecting the story you told yourself about why the cost was okay. The initiation cost bond. Watch the person who clawed their way in versus the one who walked through an open door. Not the same animal. The one who suffered, who scraped, waited, bled doubt, shows up different. They guard what they earned like it's written in their bones. That fierce protectiveness, that refusal to let go even when it hurts, that's the initiation cost bond at work. Effort doesn't just add value to a thing, it rewires how your brain treats it. You pay pain up front, and your mind converts that pain into meaning. It whispers, if I suffered for this, it must matter. I must matter. The thing becomes proof of who you are. Walking away doesn't feel like a rational choice anymore. It feels like erasing yourself. This shows up everywhere. Relationships where you stay too long because of all you invested. Careers where you grip harder the more you struggled to get there. Cults that use hazing because they understand something simple. The harder the entry, the deeper the loyalty. Even casual groups work this way. The club that makes membership difficult finds members who defend it fiercely. The one with open doors finds members who shrug and leave. Here's where it gets darker. People who paid less to join the same group will never feel the same pull. They missed the fire. So organisations that want true commitment don't lower the barrier. They raise it. They make it cost something. They know the suffering will do the binding. In your own life, notice where you're most defensive, where you refuse to admit a mistake even when it's obvious, where you stay stuck. Somewhere underneath that stubbornness lives an initiation you paid. Your mind is protecting the investment, not always protecting you. The IKEA effect attachment. Spend 3 hours assembling a cheap shelf and suddenly it becomes sacred. Not because the shelf improved, the wood is still flimsy, but because your hands touched it. Your brain has already woven the effort so tightly into the object that you can't separate them anymore. The shelf is no longer just furniture. It's proof you can build, proof you're capable, proof you made something real. When you invest time into anything, your nervous system responds like you've earned something valuable. Your body floods itself with chemicals that feel exactly like genuine achievement, and then it backfills a story to match. You must love this thing, because you wouldn't have worked this hard otherwise. It's circular reasoning, but your brain doesn't notice the loop. Effort triggers attachment, and attachment rewrites the value of whatever you touched. This is why people stay in terrible apartments they renovated, cling to broken projects, defend relationships that drained them dry. The effort itself becomes the reason to keep going. You've already paid the price, so the price tag gets rewritten in your mind as a trophy instead of a loss. Your brain is literally protecting the work, not the object, and that distinction matters. The quiet move is catching yourself mid-defense. That habit you protect, even though it hurts. That person you stay loyal to out of sunk time rather than actual care. That dream you're still chasing because you've already invested so much into it. Pause and ask whether you're protecting the thing itself or just the effort you've already poured in. Sometimes walking away from effort is the most honest thing you can do. The Ben Franklin favor, flip. Ben Franklin caught something odd lurking in human nature. The people who liked him most weren't the ones he'd done favors for. They were the ones he'd asked favors from. He wrote about it plainly. When someone does something for you, they start believing they like you. Your mind doesn't wait for certainty. It reaches backward and fills in the feeling to match the behavior, knitting them together so tightly you can't pull them apart later. Think about the last time you helped someone move, lent them money, or spent an evening listening to their problems. Somewhere in that effort, your brain whispered, "I must care about this person. Otherwise, why would I have given so much?" The belief doesn't follow the action. It comes searching backward to explain what your hands already did. This reverses too, and darker. If you make someone uncomfortable, cut them off, betray them, ignore them. They don't just dislike the action. They reconstruct their feeling about who you are. The discomfort becomes evidence. You must be the kind of person I don't trust. The action becomes a window into character. So here's the useful part. If you want someone to believe they like you, don't drown them in gifts or compliments. Ask them for something small instead. Genuine advice, a real request for help. Their brain will do the work, stitching the favour and the liking together without knowing. The trap is asking too much or making it feel hollow. People sense when the mechanism is being weaponized. It only works when there's something real underneath, a question you actually need answered, a task that matters, manufactured mild hardship. There's a quiet trap that high achievers fall into without noticing. They start creating small obstacles for themselves. Not big ones, those are obvious. The small ones, a deliberately cold shower, waking up earlier than necessary, skipping dessert when they want it, and every time they do it, something shifts inside them. They feel stronger, more disciplined, more worthy. The psychology here is sneaky. Your brain starts to associate discomfort with virtue. Not because hardship is actually good, it isn't, but because you've linked it to your identity. You're the kind of person who can handle cold, the kind who sacrifices. This becomes a feedback loop. The harder you make things, the more you prove yourself to yourself, and proving becomes the point, not the outcome. But watch what happens next. You stop asking whether the hardship is useful. You just ask whether it's hard enough. A cold shower becomes your thermometer for the day. You're not solving problems anymore. You're collecting evidence that you're good. Real life stops mattering as much as the story you're telling about your toughness. The trap deepens because mild hardship is addictive in a way that feels healthy. It's not excess. It looks like discipline. But underneath, you're chasing a hit, the validation that comes from suffering a little. The listener's invitation here. Notice when your sacrifices stopped being tools and became the point. when you're making your life harder not to build something real, but to feel something true about who you are. That's when the manufactured version takes over. The trauma bond tether. You stay in a room where danger and comfort trade places like clockwork, a relationship that cycles between tenderness and harm, a job where praise cuts into humiliation without warning. Your friends have asked why you haven't left, and you don't have an answer that makes sense, because the pull you feel has nothing to do with logic, nothing to do with love. Your nervous system has learned to associate this person or place with both threat and rescue, and that wiring runs deeper than reason. When they hurt you, cortisol floods your body. When they comfort you after, dopamine and oxytocin rush in. That sharp contrast, the rush of relief after fear, creates a neurochemical storm so intense it drowns out every voice telling you to go. You are not foolish. Your brain is simply doing what it evolved to do under threat. Bond hard. Find safety in proximity to the danger itself. The person administering this cycle may not even know they're doing it. Sometimes they're broken too, caught in guilt and anger without intention. Sometimes the pattern lives in the system. A workplace demanding impossible loyalty. A family balancing neglect with sudden affection. The trap is that your body has learned to interpret safety as numbness. Peace feels like abandonment. Stability feels like death. So when you finally leave, you ache for the person who harmed you, not because you love them, but because your nervous system misses the familiar storm. That ache will pass, sometimes in weeks, sometimes longer. What matters now is knowing it's not weakness. Knowing the tether exists is already the work. Recognizing it means you can cut it. Betrayal, blindness, protection. There's a name for what happens when you watch someone you love hurt you, and your mind simply refuses to see it. Not refuses to feel it, refuses to see it. Betrayal blindness is the brain's way of keeping a crucial relationship intact by editing out the evidence that it's breaking. Here's how it works in real life. A parent favors one child consistently, the other child notices but doesn't. Not really. A partner comes home late again with a story that doesn't fit, and you believe it completely even as your stomach tightens. A boss takes credit for your work in front of executives, and you convince yourself they probably did remember your name earlier. Your mind is doing damage control. If you fully saw the betrayal, you'd have to act on it. You'd have to leave, confront, risk the loss. So instead, you blur the edges. You rewrite the timeline. You find reasons their behavior made sense. The trap is that you don't notice you're doing it. Betrayal blindness feels like clarity. It feels like being the reasonable one, the forgiving one. It feels safe, but it's not protection. It's a slow leak while you tell yourself the boat is fine. To interrupt this, pay attention to your body before your story. That tightness, that small voice that says something doesn't add up. It arrived before your mind began rewriting. Write down what actually happened, not the version you told yourself later. And ask yourself hard, what would I advise a friend in this situation? Distance from the relationship often reveals what loyalty was hiding. You're allowed to see what you see. The just world rationalization. A woman loses her job in a corporate restructure. Within minutes, someone online comments, she probably wasn't performing well enough. A child gets sick. A relative whispers that the parents must not have been careful enough. Watch how quickly people stitch meaning into suffering. Not out of cruelty, but out of a desperate need to believe the world is fair. This is the just world hypothesis, and it runs deeper than most biases. When bad things happen to people, your brain wants to find a reason they earned it. Not because you are cruel, but because the alternative is terrifying. That chaos is real, that you could be next. that effort and goodness do not guarantee safety. So instead, you silently rewrite the story. They must have done something wrong. They must have deserved it somehow. The trap is that this belief system protects your sense of control while it quietly destroys your compassion. You see an unhoused person and decide they made poor choices. You hear about a medical bankruptcy and assume financial recklessness. You watch injustice and convince yourself it was inevitable, earned, justified. Every rationalization is a small armor against your own fear, but it comes at the cost of seeing people as they actually are. The next time your mind rushes to explain someone's suffering, pause. Ask whether you are solving a puzzle or soothing your own anxiety. Because once you feel that difference, you cannot unsee how often you choose the soothing story over the harder, stranger, messier truth of a world that does not care about fairness. Blaming the victim reflex. You hear about someone mugged on a dark street at midnight. Before sympathy even lands, a voice in your head whispers, "Why were they out that late? Why that neighborhood?" The mugging happened to them, but somehow you've already made it their fault. That reflex, that small invisible pivot from "that's terrible" to "they should have known better," is what keeps the world feeling just a little bit safer for you personally. Here's what's actually happening inside your skull. The human mind abhors randomness the way nature abhors a vacuum. If bad things can happen to anyone any time, the ground beneath your own life feels unstable, untethered. So your brain silently rewrites the story. The victim must have done something wrong. They must have broken some invisible rule that you, of course, would never break. That way, you can follow the right rules and stay safe. You can believe you are exempt from the chaos. The trap is that this reflex operates in the dark and moves fast. A woman assaulted at work? She should have been more careful about drinks with colleagues. A person laid off? They should have networked harder, planned better, seen it coming. Each time your mind urgently relocates the blame. Not out of malice, but out of a desperate need to live in a world where suffering is earned and preventable. To notice it, try this small move. Pause when you feel judgment arriving before sadness. That tiny hesitation is where the real story lives. The victims already wrapping themselves in shame hear that internal whisper everywhere, and silence spreads. The fundamental attribution error. Someone cuts you off in traffic. Your first thought isn't "they didn't see me." It's "they're reckless, selfish, probably always driving like that." You've just met them for the first time, know nothing about their life, yet you've written their whole character in a split second. That split second is the fundamental attribution error, and it runs your social life like an invisible puppet master. Here's what's happening beneath the surface. When someone else does something, you blame their personality. When you do the exact same thing, you blame your circumstances. That coworker is late because they're disorganized. You're late because traffic was hell and your kid spilled juice on your shirt. Same behavior, two completely different stories, both told by the same brain. The trap deepens because it feels airtight. You don't see the other person's pressure, their bad morning, their fatigue, their deadline at work. You only see the action. Your brain, desperate to make sense of it fast, fills in the blanks with character flaws, lazy, rude, unreliable. And once those labels stick, you stop updating them even when evidence contradicts them. The quiet move here is brutal and simple. The next time someone disappoints you, pause and ask what situation they might be in that you're not seeing. Not to excuse them, but to stay honest with yourself. Because everyone is fighting something silent, and you won't ever know it by watching from the outside. That small crack in certainty is where wisdom actually lives, and it changes how you read every person who walks past you. Actor-observer asymmetry. You cut someone off in traffic. You were distracted, checking the GPS, thinking about a conversation, your mind 3 miles ahead. They honk, you wave, it passes. But that driver? In their head, you are reckless. You are the kind of person who doesn't care about safety. Your character is the problem. This is the asymmetry. When you mess up, you blame the context, the moment, the circumstances, what was happening around you. When someone else messes up, you blame them. Their personality, their negligence, their nature. The same action. 2 completely different stories. You have access to your own interior, the weight you are carrying, the distraction, the rule you usually follow. You see yourself in context. You see others in isolation. A tired parent snaps at their kid and you think they're impatient. You snap at yours and you think you're exhausted. Same voice, different explanations. The trap deepens when you remember. A friend forgets your birthday. Selfish, you think. You forget theirs next year. You were just busy. The memory hardens this way. Their neglect feels intentional. Yours was accidental. That asymmetry is where resentment lives and grows into something neither of you planned. Start noticing the gap between how you explain your own behavior and how you explain theirs. When you catch it, flip it. Ask what context you might be missing in their story. Not to excuse harm, but to stop your narrative from calcifying into judgment before you've heard the full silence. It's a small move, but it changes everything about how you listen to people who matter. The halo effect glow. You meet someone beautiful at a party and they say something average. It sounds wise. Later you read the exact same line in a book by someone plain, and it reads flat. Nothing about the words changed, only who spoke them. That invisible glow that follows attractiveness into every room is what psychologists call the halo effect, and it rewires how you perceive nearly everything about a person. Here's where it gets dangerous. Attractiveness doesn't just make their words sound smarter. It makes their opinions seem more reasonable, their intentions appear more pure, their mistakes easier to forgive. A physically attractive person who lies feels less deceptive than an ordinary person telling the same untruth. A beautiful co-worker's mediocre idea gets treated like insight. A handsome politician's vague promise feels like a real plan. The halo casts backward and forward too. If someone is kind, you assume they're also honest. If they're successful, you believe they're probably intelligent, even if they inherited their way there. One bright spot blinds you to the rest, and you are not immune. You do this automatically 1,000 times a day, in meetings and on screens and in your own mirror. The quietest part is this: the halo effect is hardest to spot when you're standing in the glow yourself. A teacher who likes your essay might unconsciously grade your next one higher. A partner who finds you attractive overlooks red flags. Self-awareness helps, but only if you pause and ask yourself, would I trust this advice if it came from someone plain? That friction is where clarity lives. The Horn effect shadow. You meet someone confident, articulate, put together, someone with a good job title and a firm handshake. Your brain decides before you've finished listening to the first sentence, not because they've earned that judgment yet, but because confidence itself is contagious. It travels faster than competence, and once that halo lands, it rewires what you see next. Here's where it gets shadowy. You're not just being fooled, you're actively interpreting their next moves through that golden filter. They stumble on a word, you assume they're tired. They contradict themselves, you assume it's context you're missing. They're evasive, you assume they're being diplomatic. Everything that comes after that first impression gets bent to fit the story you've already written. The halo doesn't just shine forward. It casts a shadow backward, reframing everything they've already said. The horn effect works the opposite way. One perceived flaw can delete all brightness. Meet someone who's awkward in a meeting and suddenly their brilliant idea sounds nervous rather than careful. Someone who's physically unattractive gets read as unfriendly, not thoughtful. Someone who stammers gets treated as less intelligent. The shadow spreads wider than you think, colouring every signal they send. You'll stop noticing you're doing it at all. Your mind moves so fast that the judgment feels like observation, not construction. It feels like truth. Next time someone speaks up in your presence, pause just long enough to ask yourself what you're assuming this person means, and what else their behaviour could actually mean instead. That small gap between what you saw and what you invented is where the shadow loses its grip. Beauty as competence proxy. Watch a meeting room the moment someone conventionally attractive speaks. Their words land differently. Core meets be clearer, sharper, more believable, even though they've said nothing you haven't heard before. The facts are identical, but somehow the room leans in. This is the halo effect, wearing a face. Attractiveness bleeds into perception so quietly you rarely notice it happening. We assume beautiful people are smarter, more trustworthy, more competent at things that have nothing to do with how they look. A surgeon with symmetrical features feels like a safer choice than one who looks plain. A CEO with sharp cheekbones and perfect posture seems like they know something everyone else doesn't. The research confirms what you've probably sensed. We grant more credibility to attractive people, even when they're talking about subjects where appearance is completely irrelevant. The darker edge is how this shapes careers, relationships, and who gets heard. A less beautiful person has to be twice as articulate, twice as polished to land the same belief. They work harder for what attractive people get for free, and nobody consciously thinks this is fair. It just happens in the micro moments of first impression, in the neurons firing before the conscious mind catches up. What makes this sticky is that the beautiful person often doesn't know it's happening. They attribute their success to talent and hard work. They begin believing the halo they're wearing. Meanwhile, competent people, without that genetic lottery, start internalizing the opposite story. Notice it next time you assume someone's credibility. That extra trust you just gave them, was it earned or inherited? The authority of confidence. A stranger walks into a room speaking slowly, pausing between sentences, checking people's faces. Another walks in at the exact same pace but holds their ground, eyes level, no apology in their voice. Same words, wildly different reception. The second one gets believed first, often without anyone knowing why. Confidence doesn't need to be loud or fast. It's the absence of doubt signals. When you don't search faces for permission, when you don't say I think or maybe, when you commit to a pause instead of filling it with filler words, people's brains read that as competence. Not because you said anything smarter, because you didn't signal uncertainty. This is why mediocre ideas delivered with certainty often defeat brilliant ones stammered apologetically. The human brain uses confidence as a shortcut for truth. It's not rational, it's ancient. If a predator pauses and looks unsure, it's weak prey. If it moves like it owns the ground, it's dangerous. We never shed that calculator. Here's where it gets darker. The most dangerous people in any room are often the ones who are confidently wrong. They've convinced themselves first, so they convince others second. A fraud who believes his own pitch beats an honest person who second guesses themselves aloud. Confidence can be pure theatre, a costume worn so convincingly that even the wearer forgets it's a costume. So next time someone's certainty sways you, pause. not to doubt them, but to actually listen to what they're saying beneath the delivery. The confidence might be earned, or it might just be a very well-performed act. The only way to tell is to check the substance, not the swagger. Overconfidence as credibility. You meet someone at a dinner party who speaks with absolute certainty about a topic they clearly know almost nothing about, and somehow everyone listens. They don't hedge. They don't say maybe. They just lean forward and declare, and the room tilts toward them. This is not an accident. It is a trap your brain walks into every single time. Confidence reads as knowledge to the people around you, even when the two have almost no connection. A surgeon who hesitates sounds less competent than a car salesman who never pauses. A financial advisor who admits uncertainty loses clients to one who makes a terrible prediction with a straight face. We have wired ourselves to interpret certainty as signal and doubt as weakness, when often the opposite is true. Here is what happens next. After you have stated something with total conviction a few times, you start to believe it yourself. Your brain does not distinguish between confidence you felt and confidence you performed. Repeat a claim enough times without flinching, and neural pathways start treating it as memory. The speaker becomes convinced by their own act. What makes this stick at 3 a.m. is how it explains so much. Why charlatans often sound more believable than experts. Why your friend who talks the most seems the smartest. Why you trusted someone who turned out to be lying. Certainty is a currency, and it spends better than accuracy ever will. Next time someone speaks with total conviction, pause and ask yourself what they actually know versus how sure they sound. That gap is where the trick lives. The Dunning-Kruger bluff. You've seen it happen. Someone with barely a month at the gym lecturing about splits and periodization. Or a person who bought one rental property suddenly explaining real estate like they're a mogul. They sound so certain. They don't hedge. They don't pause. And somehow their conviction reads as knowledge, even when it's not. Here's what's actually going on. When you know very little about something, you can't yet feel the gap between what you know and what exists to know. You lack the map of your own ignorance. So confidence and competence feel identical from the inside. You're just answering questions, connecting dots, forming opinions. The Dunning-Kruger effect isn't really about being arrogant. It's about being blind. The bluff works because certainty is magnetic. People listen harder to the person who sounds sure. You believe the one who doesn't equivocate. So the newest trader speaks louder than the cautious veteran who knows all the ways markets can break. The beginner's conviction reads as expertise, and other beginners lack the framework to push back. What turns it genuinely dark is the compounding. One lucky trade, one client win, and the false confidence hardens into identity. Now you're not just bluffing anymore. You're defending a story about who you are. The moment someone questions you, it doesn't feel like feedback. It feels like an attack. So notice when you sound most certain. That's often when you're closest to the edge. Real depth usually sounds like, here's what I know, here's what I don't, and why that gap matters. Conviction without that architecture is just noise pretending to be signal. The illusion of explanatory depth. Ask yourself right now why you like coffee. Go ahead, really think about it. You probably have an answer. The taste, the ritual, the caffeine kick. You feel like you understand your own preference. But if someone asks you to explain exactly how your taste buds detect bitterness, or why that particular flavor rewires your dopamine, suddenly the confidence evaporates. You realize you are describing the surface, not the machinery underneath. This gap between feeling like you understand something and actually being able to explain it runs deeper than you think. We move through the world believing we grasp far more than we do. You think you understand how a zipper works until you try to describe it to someone. You think you get why you're anxious until you sit with it for 5 minutes and it becomes shapeless. The mechanism vanishes when you look directly at it. Here's the trap. The illusion doesn't announce itself. It feels like knowledge. You carry these half-baked understandings into conversations, decisions, relationships, places where they matter. You judge someone's motives without really knowing their history. You make life choices based on reasons you've never actually examined. You stay in patterns because you think you understand why they started. The way out is friction. Ask yourself to explain something in real detail, not the headline version, but the actual mechanism. Watch how quickly the solid ground becomes sand. That's not weakness, that's honesty. And from there, you can actually learn. The sleep that comes after admitting you don't know is deeper than the sleep that follows false certainty. Jargon as smokescreen. You sit in a meeting. Someone says, "We need to leverage synergies to optimize our stakeholder engagement matrix." You nod. Everyone nods. No one asks what that means because asking feels stupid, and that is exactly the point. Jargon works because it creates a fog thick enough to hide behind. Here is how it functions in the wild. A politician uses strategic realignment of resources instead of layoffs. A therapist talks about limbic dysregulation when they might just say you are angry and scared. A tech executive mentions disruptive paradigm shifts, and suddenly no one wants to admit they do not understand. The words become armor. They signal membership in a club, and if you do not speak the language, you feel like an outsider. What makes this so effective is that jargon is not purely deceptive. It can be precise. Specialists need shorthand, but the line blurs fast. Jargon becomes weaponized when someone uses it to sound more knowledgeable than they are, to avoid accountability, or to make something simple sound impossible to question. A surgeon explaining a procedure uses jargon. A salesman using it to confuse you into buying something is doing something else entirely. The trap is that your brain treats complexity as competence. The harder something is to pass, the smarter the person saying it feels. So you defer, you trust, you do not push back. Next time you hear dense language on a topic you care about, try translating it into the simplest possible words. If it still makes sense, keep listening. If it collapses into nothing, you have found your answer.